Welcome back, everyone, to another compilation video. Now, if you haven't seen these before, occasionally I like to go back into the archive and pull out some videos that maybe people haven't seen for a while, or maybe if you're new to the channel, and we had a lot of new subscribers, maybe you've never seen at all. So I want to do that today, but from a slightly different angle, because occasionally I encounter a video where the original content creator is presenting a case for something that is so far outside of what is generally accepted in history, or is coming at it through such a strong personal bias that it feels like they can't really objectively present the history, or they're not even trying to, and they're just trying to make an argument for something that most people just disregard. And sometimes that can get a little frustrating for me. Sometimes I look for a shoebox on the floor and beat myself in the face with it, which you will see in one of these videos. So I thought today I would present to you some of my lowest moments as far as videos that I reacted to that just caused me to kind of lose my mind a little bit, lose my cool. Probably not my finest moments as far as trying to be objective and just taking it as it comes. So you can be the judge of what you think. You'll see there are a couple of common content creators that I've reacted to that have led to these responses. And again, were I to do these over again, I'd probably do some things differently. Not necessarily proud of how all of it went down, but I now present to you my greatest hits of my worst moments. Enjoy.
Hello audience, Mr. Z here with a live show today. We are doing a reaction to Mr. Beat's latest video on Woodrow Wilson. Now you might be saying, well, why? A friend notified me and said, hey, Mr. Z, Dean, he referenced you in this video, so alright, I'm gonna take a look and see what he had to say about it. Now,
so I guess what we're kind of doing here is a little reactception, because I'm reacting to a reaction. I didn't realize that's what he was doing. I thought he was just gonna like present it. I didn't know he was actually gonna watch it. Interesting.
Now, some of you might know, I'm a Woodrow Wilson defender. I'm not necessarily pro Woodrow Wilson. I don't necessarily like him. He's not like in my top presidents, I'd say. But he gets a lot of unnecessary hate.
Oh, it's quite necessary.
Mr. Beat's video, just going off the title right here, let me pull this up. Why does the internet hate Woodrow Wilson? So maybe he's coming around and he's being a little bit of a Wilson defender right now. Wilson is not as, you know, as monstrously, cartoonishly evil as the internet has seemingly made him out to be over the last few years.
Yeah, he kind of is, but no, I get his point.
You know, you can agree or disagree with a lot of his stances, but he's not, he doesn't rank anywhere near worst presidents overall. But enough about that. Let's get right into this video and see what Mr. Beat has to say.
I am not Woodrow Wilson, and thank goodness for that, because if I was, the internet would hate me. Yeah. I'm Mr. Beat. And why does the internet seem to hate Woodrow Wilson?
Thomas Woodrow Wilson. If you've been around the channel very long at all.
I just gotta stop right here. Could have sworn Mr. Beat had something to do with this. If not him, then, you know, his crowd of like Cynical Historian, Alternate History Hub, those guys that he's tangentially, or not even tangentially, but, you know, relatively associated with.
Very long at all. You know, I hate his guts. I thought he was going to stop and say something about me there. Hate him enough that, hate's a strong word. I never met the man. He's my least favorite president.
Wilson?
That's
to
the
say
guy.
I despise the man is
Well, he didn't say anything about me. I don't know if that's good or bad.
quite an understatement.
That said, some have come rushing to his defense.
By the standards of his day, executed the duties of his office effectively and well enough in line with popular consensus, as well as followed
I
through
like this guy. Gotta check that guy out.
with the agendas of the progressive movement and the agendas of the presidents who preceded him.
And actual historians, you know.
Not just people who make history videos.
Yeah, to be fair, people who make history videos are by definition historians. I get a little, I've ranted on this a few times before. I get a little frustrated with the gatekeeping that sometimes gets done over that title, historian. Look up the definition of historian. It's literally just anybody who learns about history and then devotes time to teaching history to other people. So if you have a YouTube video and you're teaching people about history, you are by definition a historian. Historian has nothing to do with how many books you've written, how many degrees that you have. Honestly, that's all irrelevant to me.
like myself,
have been much kinder to Wilson. For example, Wilson was still ranked the 13th best president overall, according to the most
That doesn't sound too far off. 13th best. I can see that.
recent C-SPAN Presidential Historians survey.
and every biography
And keep in mind that Woodrow Wilson himself was a historian. He, I believe, is our only president with an actual PhD. We've had other presidents that will have doctoral equivalents, like, a Juris Doctor, a law degree. But I think he's our only PhD president that I can think of off the top of my head.
come across about Wilson seems to think his accomplishments outweigh all the negative stuff about him.
Real quick, I'm adding this in after the fact, but what does it tell you that the actual historians and the actual biographies give you a fuller picture of who Wilson is?
It tells me that the actual historians, which, keep in mind, they're only polling a certain number of them, tend to be academics who tend to come at it from a very particular worldview and a very specific bias. Basically, by interviewing actual historians, you're getting one particular viewpoint. You're not looking at people from other fields that might also be well educated on Woodrow Wilson, but come at it from a very particular perspective. And academic historians tend to be more progressive in their politics, tend to be more in line with someone like Woodrow Wilson, so they're going to overinflate his importance and his ranking compared to other presidents.
Meanwhile, the internet personalities are making this caricature of him.
No doubt one of the most polarizing presidents in American history.
Yeah, I don't know about polarizing. I mean, what I've sort of come to the consensus of is that Wilson is almost a litmus test for somebody's knowledge of history. I think if you've garnered the majority of your information about Woodrow Wilson from podcasts, from YouTube videos, from memes, from Reddit, you're gonna hate Wilson because that's sort of the memey, trendy thing.
Well, guess what? I did not garner the majority of my information on Woodrow Wilson from those sources, and I still hate Wilson.
To do. If you've read the history books, he's not a bad guy.
All right, I'm going to try really hard not to hit myself over the head with a box today. I don't actually see any within reach, so I think we're safe there. Not a bad guy? Even if you think he was a decent president, not a bad guy? And I've read the history books. I've read probably more books on presidents than any other topic, with the exception of the American Civil War. Okay.
Maybe that's a little too generous of a statement. He's not a bad president.
All right. I'll give him credit. He backed off of that statement. Kudos for doing that.
But you read the history books. You read what his actual policy was. You read about what he's done, and you think about it. It's like, this doesn't seem like it's anything out of place for what was going on at the time.
As long as you were a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Further normalized racial segregation. He attacked many civil...
It's a 35...
Do not, because I think the moment at which I beat myself over the head last time was when he said he was no more racist than anyone else at that time, and that is absolute 100% BS, and I will die on that hill.
Minute video, so I'll probably cover it again later on. But Wilson's own sentiments toward race, I don't think it's necessarily anything that was out of place for the time.
Yes, it was. That's why things that he did in his administration rolled back things that had been done by the previous administrations, by the likes of Grant and Harrison and Garfield and not Taft, but and Roosevelt and others. The things they had done to advance race relations, to be a more inclusive federal government. In some ways, there was a lot of work to do. The military was very much segregated. Lots of aspects were, but the federal government, black people could have jobs in the federal government, and Wilson rolled that back. He was more racist than the people who came before him.
You're talking about the 1910s here. A lot of people will blame Wilson for segregating the federal government. What actually happened, here's the thing. Was this a piece of legislation that Wilson, had ordered Congress to put forward? Was this an executive order where he's like, yeah, segregate the federal government? No. What had happened was Wilson appointed a bunch of Southern Democrats to his cabinet, and those Southern Democrats, within their own departments, independently...
Who was responsible for that? Excuse me. Who was responsible for that? Are we going to say that a president is not responsible for the decisions that are made by his appointees? Because none of the previous administrations had that problem. So he appoints people who segregate the federal government, and he backs that up. I got to stop here because we are not letting Wilson off the hook for this. All right, I want to read this from the Woodrow Wilson House in Washington, D.C. This is from their own website, okay? When Wilson won the presidency in 1912, Washington was home to a growing black middle class, with African Americans making up nearly a third of the city's population. Despite this progress, segregation and racial inequality shaped life in the nation's capital, right? So at that point in 1912, African Americans comprised at least 10% of federal employees, enabling many to pursue professional careers and support a network of educational and community institutions in D.C. So they're making some progress despite the time period that he's referring to, a time in which heavy segregation is still going on. Wilson's administration marked a turning point. As the first Southerner elected president since the Civil War, Wilson and the members of his cabinet, many of whom held segregationist views, permitted the introduction of racial segregation into federal agencies. This shift occurred amid a broader national context as segregation laws in the South were becoming more entrenched. So this is a key moment when you have an administration in position to stem the tide of what's happening in the South or to embrace it, foster it, make it worse. According to historian, okay, because we're going to refer to the historians that he loves to talk about so much here, Eric Yellen, federal segregation under Wilson was not only about separating black and white employees, it also curtailed opportunities for black professional advancement, limiting their access to desirable positions despite their qualifications and success in civil service examinations. Although Wilson did not issue a formal order mandating segregation, he allowed his cabinet secretaries that he worked very closely with and could have asked for resignations if they weren't implementing policies that he was okay with, to implement these policies, rationalizing them as measures to reduce workplace tensions. I'm trying to get everybody to get along, so I'm going to let them do this. His stance drew sharp criticism from African-American leaders, including activist William Monroe Trotter, who confronted Wilson at the White House in 1914. He said, "We had appealed to you to undo this race segregation in accord with your duty as president and with your pre-election pledges to colored American voters. We stated that such segregation was a public humiliation and degradation and the entirely unmerited and far-reaching in its injurious effects." And so those end up making things worse, and we haven't even talked about some of the other stuff yet. But here's the other thing about that. When he meets with this guy in the White House, he basically tells him, don't ever come here again. Basically saw him as this uppity black man who had no business talking to the president that way. And he said, if your organization is ever going to have a hearing before this administration again, somebody else better do it. Like, he basically told him, how dare you question me? And that's how he was with everybody.
Started implementing segregation because that's what they practiced back home. Wilson did not tell them to do this. Wilson did not encourage them to do this. This is just something they did.
He did not encourage them to do this. Listen, this is your cabinet. Your cabinet is doing this. The buck stops here. You are 100% responsible for what your cabinet does. And by allowing them to do it and it going on throughout your entire administration, and then by your own actions while president, you are tacitly endorsing those policies.
Might say, well, Wilson not stopping them and not doing anything to, keep him from doing that was like tacit approval or something.
I literally just said that.
My response to that is, what about all the presidents that came afterwards? The Republican presidents that came afterwards? If this was
also 100% responsible for the decisions that are made and the fact that they didn't reverse all those policies.
Was really so deep an issue. If Wilson was especially racist for allowing this to go on, why didn't Harding do anything about it? Why didn't Coolidge do anything about it? Why didn't Hoover do anything about it? Why didn't FDR do anything about it? Now, you could say he should have intervened. He should have been proactive, and he should have been like, no, you can't implement segregation.
Because it already isn't implemented. So by not doing that, all you were doing was continuing the way things already were.
The first thing to cover is that would assume that he was a lot more, he was a lot more progressive for his time.
No. All he had to do was not be regressive in that way, right? Because that's already the policy of the federal government. 10% of the federal workforce is African American. Do nothing. You don't have to be progressive. Being progressive would be to move further in that direction. Do nothing. Just don't reverse it.
To advocate for that. And very few officials during this time did. For someone to advocate for that, they would have
You didn't have to advocate for it. It was already happening. It already was in place. You just had to do nothing.
On the far left spectrum of activism for civil rights, which, Wilson wasn't. But he wasn't on the opposite end. He wasn't a segregationist. He was just sort of like a moderate who didn't really care so much about it. And you can't really blame Wilson for this any more than you can blame Taft or even Roosevelt for it. Yeah,
Taft didn't segregate the federal government. He was president before Wilson. So yeah, I can blame him more than I can blame Taft for it.
Roosevelt sat down in the White House with Booker T. Washington, but he received a lot of lashback for that. And then he tried to bury it and cover it up, and he never did anything like that again. All throughout the...
All right, so we are going to compare Theodore Roosevelt not having further meetings with African-American leaders in the White House with Woodrow Wilson's administration segregating the federal government. You seriously are trying to tell me those are the same thing?
Previous Republican administrations, notably under Taft, under Roosevelt, and under McKinley, you had the emergence, and this was even earlier but more at the state level, of the Lily White movement. People talk about a Southern strategy that emerged later on in the 60s, but there was a Southern strategy going on way back when, with the Republicans trying to court the Southern whites into their party, and the way they were doing.
That's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you do it at the expense of African Americans.
Doing this is they were basically discarding the Southern blacks and just the black vote in general. So what we should say happened under Wilson...
The Republicans were already not getting the Southern vote. They hadn't been since the Civil War.
Wilson's administration is not directly his fault. He didn't do anything to stop it, but neither did any of his predecessors.
His predecessors didn't do it! They didn't have to do anything to stop it because it wasn't happening during their administration. If it happened first under his... I honestly don't even understand where he's going with this. Like, how do you say, well, his predecessors didn't do anything to stop it either when it didn't happen during their administration?
In mind, the segregation that was happening throughout we could say throughout government in general, this was going on all throughout the Lily White movement. At the state level.
10%. At the state level, okay, but you're dealing with state governments, totally different issue. The president doesn't have power over the state governments.
And then Wilson's successors, the Republican successors, they didn't do anything to stop it either. Anyway, I think I took like a 5-6 minute detour, Justin. We're like 2 minutes into the video, but yeah, let's get right back into this.
Many civil liberties, and was arguably the most anti-freedom of speech president we've ever had.
I don't know about that.
He was an elitist.
He's certainly up there. I mean, you can't just say, I don't know about that. I mean, give us something, right? He's certainly up there when it comes to anti-freedom of speech presidents that we've ever had.
A sexist.
You're gonna call the dude who gave women the right to vote a
He did not give women the right to vote. The president has nothing to do with a constitutional amendment. A constitutional amendment, by the way, that both parties supported at that point. So I wouldn't call him, like, extremely sexist, but no, Wilson does not get credit for women getting the right to vote. If Theodore Roosevelt had won that election, it would have happened exactly the same.
Sexist. It's like Like, look, say what you will about women and the right to vote, but it's like, you're gonna call the guy who did that a sexist?
He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Are you stupid?
Guy freaking believed in eugenics. And longtime viewers.
A lot of people during that period did.
All right, can we stop with the, there were other people who also supported eugenics, therefore it's okay that Wilson did. No. It's an abhorrent idea. And we're not talking about a situation where 90% of the American populace felt that way. So yeah, hey, Wilson was in the vast majority of the American. To say, well, he thought the same way that a few other people did, that doesn't make it okay.
Theodore Roosevelt did, William Howard Taft did. It was, again, you're talking about, you have to take...
I'd like to see the evidence that Theodore Roosevelt had the same views on eugenics that Woodrow Wilson did. All right, so here's one particular quote dealing with how Wilson felt about eugenics. He was, quote, intensely involved in legalizing the eugenics that called for the segregation, sterilization, and eradication of entire swaths of the population. And he says that Wilson's streak of selfish egotism, a self-regarding arrogance and smugness, masquerading as righteousness, which was always there and which grew with the exercise of power. Wilson, the good and great, was corrupted by power, and the more he had of it, the deeper the corruption bit like acid in his soul. Whereas I was reading about the people who accuse Theodore Roosevelt of eugenics, and their focus is on the fact that he felt that white Europeans were... intellectually superior to people of other groups. So there's a big difference between advocating for and pushing for laws regarding segregation, sterilization, and eradication versus the viewpoint that this group of people is superior to that group of people. They're both bad, but let's not pretend they're the same thing.
Consideration, what was going on at the time? Was it a...
Okay. We've got to stop with this. He was no worse than anybody else at his time. Yes, he was.
Bad practice, yes. But back then, it was common thought for a lot of the progressive politicians. Wilson falls into that same camp.
The idea of certain groups being superior to others was common to progressives. I'll give him that. That's not what Wilson was advocating for. He went much, much further in his advocacy for that.
Does that excuse it? No, but to say Wilson is uniquely bad for this,
he is.
It's kind of absurd.
Thing that scientists once thought was impossible. Make a balanced video about Woodrow Wilson. Wish me luck.
I don't know about impossible, man. I did that a little while ago.
No, yours was not balanced. Yours was very biased toward Wilson. And like I said, we all have biases, and it's fine as long as we acknowledge it. Don't claim you were balanced, though. I'm not balanced in Wilson. I am definitely coming at this from a bias against Woodrow Wilson. So that's why I'm hoping between what he says and what I say, you can find where you are in the middle of all of that. Just don't pretend you're balanced.
Maybe not a while ago, like a year, 2 years ago. Time really flies. Nah, but I already did that, man. I wish you'd give me some credit for it. Maybe you will. Maybe you will. We still got a lot of your video to go.
He was kind of a crappy historian. His research was kind of meh. He relied way too much on secondary sources. He was all in on the lost cause mythology, or the narrative that the Confederacy fought the Civil War not to defend slavery, but for more honorable
Hold on.
purposes.
Characterization of Wilson's work as supporting the lost cause, I think, is a little bit of a stretch. He argues that there's more to the Civil War than just the slavery issue, which is true. But yeah, he can be a little sympathetic to the South.
A little?
In his writing.
A little?
So you could argue that much. It doesn't delve too far into the realm of like, oh yeah, the Confederacy seceded not because of slavery, it seceded for all these other reasons. No. Wilson acknowledges that slavery was a key issue. I could probably, if I can find a little snippet from his book, I'll put it right here up on screens for you guys to read as well.
A historian, man. You just gotta at least try not to be biased.
I don't know, man. Are you trying? Are you trying? I thought this was supposed to be a balanced analysis of Woodrow Wilson.
His writings reflect white supremacist views. In a popular textbook called History of the American People, which was used in school classrooms, I should add, he wrote, quote, "The white men were roused by a mere instinct of self-preservation, until at last there had sprung into existence a great Ku Klux Klan to protect the Southern country." Yeah, he freaking praised the KKK in a school textbook.
Hold on. Praise the KKK is also stretching that quite a bit. What you have right here, roused by a mere instinct of self-preservation. what he's describing here is motivation. Why the KKK popped up, why it came into existence. There is no praise here. It's an acknowledgement of what the Ku Klux Klan was. When the Reconstruction happened, you had a lot of the Southerners who again felt like they were being occupied and attacked, create the KKK as a terrorist group to combat the Union, to combat the Reconstruction.
Framed history as the result of great men, usually white men.
They weren't combating Reconstruction. They were combating freed blacks. They weren't I mean, to an extent, they were fighting against the carpetbaggers and the white Northern Republicans that came down, but that was not who they were targeting. Wait, what's he laughing about?
Destruction.
Framed history as the result of great men, usually white men.
Okay, all right, Mr. Beat. What does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? Let's hear that clip again.
In a school textbook, his writings often framed history as the result of great men, usually white men.
All right, so if we're talking about the history of the United States, a country that historically has been about 90% white, yeah, it's gonna be mostly white men who are sort of shaping the history of that, you know?
That's fair.
Like what? If the history was like 50...
But the country's 50% women, and the great people of this country, we don't say half of them were women, so your own argument kind of falls if we're talking about percentages, right?
Percent about like African Americans and 50% about white Americans. It's like you'd have overrepresentation there.
Okay, but we don't have women. Same problem.
And he generally just wrote about everything in a judgy way. Still, his peers and colleagues.
It's like the pot calling the kettle black right here.
No, he's 100% right though. We've never had a president in American history that was as condescending toward other people as he was, that basically viewed everyone else, including his own cabinet and the other people in government, as beneath him and people that had to be tolerated because he was so much better and so superior to all of them. I mean, that's even his proponents will acknowledge that about Wilson.
Wrote about everything in a judgy way coming from
United to nominate a wild card to be the state's governor. Sure, they liked Wilson's politics and loved the fact that he was a great speaker, but they liked more that they could easily influence him due to his perceived political inexperience. Boy, were they wrong. Wilson did win the election and promptly turned on the party bosses, asserting his independence while getting some love as a progressive reformer. I should note that at the time, New Jersey was widely known as a politically corrupt state. As governor, Wilson signed a bill removing political patronage from states' hiring practices. In other words, he brought a meritocracy to the state. He signed another bill that
That's a good thing. So you're just not going to say anything about the fact that he's pointing out positive things, although you're playing it at like double speed, so I don't know how you're picking any of it up anyway. But you're going to say he's biased, but then you're not going to acknowledge the things that he just said that were positive about Wilson.
Bribery and vote buying in elections. He signed yet another bill that protected workers if they got injured on the job. He got direct primaries in the state for political party
He's just legit just ignoring all of this,
which weakened party bosses and gave ordinary voters more power. That said, all this was much in line with what other major progressive leaders around the country were doing. Also, there was that...
All right. Do you notice the thing that Mr. Beat does here? Whenever there's an opportunity to attack Woodrow Wilson for something that was a progressive trend or current...
I know where he's going here.
...of the time, it's exclusively Wilson's fault. Whenever it's an opportunity to praise Wilson, oh, well, that was just in the progressive current at the time. Yeah, well,
and that's exactly what you're doing, but in the opposite way. Every time there's an opportunity to criticize Wilson, you're saying, well, but he was no different than anybody else at the time, even though he clearly was different than most progressives at the time on those things. So you're going to call him out for doing it, but ignore the fact that you're doing the exact same thing.
Wilson did that, but so did a lot of other progressives. Look, you have to be fair with it. It's like,
so do you.
Look, Wilson was a reformer, so were other progressives. Wilson was a eugenicist, so were most of the progressives.
Not in the same way, though, and that's the difference.
It's like, you got to take the good with the bad there, and you can either credit him for it, or you can recognize that, yeah, he was part of a bigger trend going on. But I think it's very disingenuous the way Mr. Beat is phrasing this and framing it, where he will give Wilson the bad credit And then the good credit, it's dispersed to everybody. It's just not very sensible.
It's not sensible when you do it with the bad stuff either.
And it's not good history. The good stuff Wilson did, yeah, that was just something all progressives were doing. But hey, Wilson was a eugenicist. Don't look at the other progressives who were also supporting that. No, Wilson specifically. Wilson specifically was the evil eugenicist in a sea of people who opposed. No, that's not how it was.
He was also the president of the United States, and no other progressive president advocated for and had the same extreme views on eugenicists that he did.
From Roosevelt to Taft.
Roosevelt and Taft were not advocating for the extreme position on eugenics that Wilson was.
They backed it too.
Okay, so let's first talk about the racism. Wilson's cabinet was probably the most racist cabinet since before the Civil War.
Which also featured William Jennings Bryan,
who resigned from the cabinet over Wilson's policies.
In this picture. Yeah, where is William Jennings Bryan? He was in there.
Okay, so his Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan, was just kind of racist, but the rest of them... Wilson's Attorney General...
There he is. And hold on, wait, what?
Cabinet since before the Civil War. Okay, so his Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan, was just kind of racist.
Just kind of racist? Dude, I wouldn't consider William Jennings Bryan to be racist at all.
So this is an editorial that was written by William Jennings Bryan a few years after Woodrow Wilson left office, 1923. It was written in the New York Times. And it's him basically addressing the idea of white supremacy. And among other things, what he says in here is that he totally supports the idea that blacks should have equality before the law, but that white people should absolutely be the ones in charge of the government, and that he would never support black equality when it comes to any state in the Union, when it comes to decision-making and leadership and laws. He said that the northern states will act 100% in concert with what the South does in white supremacy. So yes, he was kind of racist.
I don't know, it's Mr. Beat, he's a liberal.
So yeah, despite resegregating the federal government and thus bringing Jim Crow laws to the federal government, Wilson signed a bunch of influential progressive era legislation.
Okay, again, it's what I said before. Wilson didn't do any of that. And again, not even all his cabinet members did. It was a handful of them, mainly the Southerners. And understand, again, it was an importation of that policy from the South. Because keep in mind, you had Republican politicians in charge of the presidency pretty much since the end of the Civil War.
Okay, but I thought a second ago that you said he didn't do anything different than Taft and Roosevelt had done, who were Northern Republicans. So if you're saying, oh, well, yeah, it was new, it was different because he brought in Southerners, and this was the first time Southerners were in there. So therefore, it should be okay because, well, hey, we're from the South. That's what we do.
You had an interruption with Cleveland, but... You know, other than that, it's all been Republicans.
He was a Northern Democrat.
So now some Southerners get back into the office, and it's not like Wilson appointed them because he wanted segregationists in office. It's because, well, by that point in time, the majority of Democrats in the United States were from the South. Like, where else are you going to draw them from? William Jennings Bryan was, he was out in the Plains or Midwest at the time. I forget what state he was running under. He had, I think, 1 or 2 New Yorkers in there. And, those guys were a lot more mild-mannered. But the Southerners, it's like the Southerners were the ones sort of bringing this practice from the South to the federal...
Are you telling me then that Woodrow Wilson was a really weak executive who couldn't control his own cabinet?
Government. Wilson didn't encourage them to do that. Wilson didn't tell them to do that. They just did it. Sure, Wilson didn't undo it. But neither did any of the administrations after until...
All of his defenses of the bad decisions made by Wilson are that, well, everybody else did it too.
Until, what was it, Harry Truman.
A bunch of influential progressive era legislation like the Revenue Act.
Truman specifically resegregated the military.
1913, which dramatically reduced tariffs which had previously protected big corporations at the expense of consumers. To make up for this lost revenue, the law put into place the first peacetime federal income tax in American history, thanks to the recently approved 16th Amendment. That same year, Wilson signed the
That happened under Taft, by the way.
Federal Reserve Act, which established the Federal Reserve System, aka the Fed, or the central bank.
What did he say happened under Taft?
Happened under Taft, by the way.
In American history, thanks to the recently approved 16th Amendment. That same year, Wilson signed the
That happened under Taft, by the way.
All right, so yes, the 16th Amendment, which made it legal to have an income tax. Understand that when these amendments get passed, the amendments themselves don't necessarily make laws. They just permit laws. So, for example, when we talk about the banning of the importation, manufacture, and distribution of alcohol under a constitutional amendment, prohibition, we call it. That in and of itself didn't ban those things, but it did allow for the passage of the Volstead Act, which banned those things. So the Volstead Act being repealed is what started permitting alcohol again, even before the repeal of the amendment itself. So with this 16th Amendment, yes, it was passed during the Taft administration, but again, presidents don't have any control over amendments. That's done by Congress and the states. But the law that put the first peacetime permanent federal income tax into place was passed in 1913 and signed by Woodrow Wilson as permitted by the 16th Amendment.
Federal Reserve Act, which established the Federal Reserve System, aka the Fed, or the central banking system of the United States that, still exists today. It was one of the most significant and controversial financial reforms in American history.
That was set in motion by Theodore Roosevelt, by the way.
Controversial, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which created the FTC to prevent shady business practices. Wilson signed
Yeah, and it's 100% true, and I will acknowledge to him that many of these fiscal policies that we're talking about were things that would have been supported by someone like Theodore Roosevelt, who was very progressive on many of those same issues.
On September 26, 1914, and the Clayton Antitrust Act, which strengthened earlier antitrust laws and banned shady stuff like price discrimination and mergers that hurt competition. Wilson signed that one on October.
This was also sort of an this goes hand in hand with the whole, this is the bigger progressive trend.
Yeah.
Wilson did some good stuff insofar as cracking down on big business, but it was building on sort of what was laid down by Theodore Roosevelt in the past.
And Taft.
The same thing with the national park stuff. A lot of people...
he's 100% right on that, and I will acknowledge that. And I know there are many people, especially conservative folks, who tend to be very critical of Wilson and some of those things. And you can be critical or not, but I don't think those policies make Wilson any different than, say, someone like Theodore Roosevelt or Franklin Roosevelt, for that matter, in terms of progressive financial, fiscal, kind of policies. So I'm not gonna say those things make Wilson a terrible person. Even if you disagree with his policies, they're not unique to Wilson.
People think that was Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt reserved the lands. Wilson actually properly organized them into the National Park Service. So this is something where it's like, a lot of people like to give the credit to Theodore Roosevelt, and certainly he deserves credit for it. But both him and Wilson also were, that was like a collaborative effort, effectively.
October 15, 1914. By that time, World War I was raging across Europe, terrifying the world. Wilson, recognizing that most Americans were deeply divided in their loyalties, declared neutrality, basically saying the United States wouldn't take sides in the war. Neutrality was pretty popular with the American public while the United States stayed out of what was going on.
And it's important to point out that had Theodore Roosevelt won the election of 1912, he would have been much more hawkish on getting involved in World War I. My issue with Woodrow Wilson is not his neutrality. It's how quickly he shifted from that neutrality the second he got elected to a second term.
Across the Atlantic Ocean, he couldn't escape what was happening south of his border, the Mexican Revolution. When Wilson was president, the relationship between the United States and Mexico was unsatisfactory. After Mexican authorities arrested American sailors, Wilson ordered the U.S. Navy to occupy Veracruz, which ultimately led to more than 300 Mexicans getting killed and big anti-American riots breaking out. After a revolutionary leader named Pancho Villa attacked New Mexico, killing 17 Americans, Wilson ordered more than 10,000 American troops into Mexico to capture him. They never did. Wilson would ultimately send nearly one...
Yeah, it's the Mexican Punitive Expedition, and it was kind of a precursor to American involvement in World War I, in that it helped kind of lead to the Zimmerman telegram and Germany's policy on Mexico, and it, of course, gave us the rise of John J. Pershing, who's going to become the commander of the American Expeditionary Force.
100,000 soldiers to guard the American border with Mexico. Despite a growing number of Americans being against imperialism, they seemed to let the Mexico stuff slide.
There's a lot of lack in context here, and I'm guessing we're gonna be talking more about the interventions in Latin America here based on this map. You gotta understand that what was going on in Latin America as a whole, this predates Wilson. This happened under Taft, and this also happened under Theodore Roosevelt. I mean, you talk about the big stick policy, you talk about all the meddling that was happening in Latin America. It was an experimenting of policy. Of course, Theodore Roosevelt goes in there with the big stick policy, very militarily aggressive.
Yep.
Taft comes along and says, we don't have to be so militarily strong-handed with these countries. We're going to use dollar diplomacy. Wilson comes around and he says, we don't want to influence the Latin American countries at all. We want to be good neighbors for them effectively. Well, that was an idealism that didn't pan out, so what winds up happening, because understand that there was a lot of instability here that was threatening, well, Americans directly as well as American interests, because you had American...
I 100% agree with him on all of this. I know I've been super critical of him to this point in the video, but he's absolutely right on how he's kind of framing all of this, that Wilson came into what was already a pretty big mess in terms of our relations with Latin America and the aftermath of the Spanish-American War and what was going on. And Wilson tried some things that didn't necessarily work, and then tried some other things that are kind of precursors to the modern American way of doing things in the 20th century.
Businesses propped up in a lot of these Latin American countries, and they were being attacked. So, of course, Wilson intervenes, restabilizes things, and, you know, people give him a lot of blame for it. This is just like a bigger issue that was transcending not just his presidency, but, you know, that whole early 1900s era.
That's fair.
More controversial was Wilson's invasion and occupation of Haiti in 1916, his invasion of the Dominican Republic that same year, and his bullying of Nicaragua in order to...
And the Dominican Republic, we had actually tried to purchase back during Grant's administration. Grant had a deal in place to purchase the Dominican Republic. And, you know, part of the idea was that it gave us, you know, a place in the Caribbean before you have Guantanamo Bay and Puerto Rico coming to the United States. Part of it was the possibility of the resettlement of freedmen there, which had been tried before and failed other places. But for all a various host of reasons, he couldn't get congressional support for it.
Its sovereignty in favor of American interests. Yep, Wilson was the first regime change president.
First regime change president is crazy. How about we talk about, you know, going all the way back to McKinley? We can talk about Cuba, we can talk about the Philippines, we can talk about the Boxer Rebellion in China, we can talk about Nicaragua, we can talk about Honduras, we can talk about Panama.
He's right. He's right.
I feel like Mr. Beat doesn't even know what he's talking about here. He just wants to throw and hurl insults at Wilson.
Of course, Wilson did all this in the name of spreading American values, but...
No, it wasn't about spreading American values. It was about keeping the United States safe. You had a deeply unstable situation down in Latin America.
I would disagree with that. I think Wilson was pretty clear that he was about spreading American values. And even in the post-World War I world, he talked about self-determination, but he only wanted to offer that right of self-determination to certain kinds of countries.
And he tried to be good neighbors with them. He tried to sort of let them be and not intervene in their affairs. But what happened is you had the spillover of Mexico's...
He tried. He couldn't help himself. He just had to help them in other ways.
Revolution. It starts... American towns start getting raided. Then you go deeper into actual Central America. Well, Central America as it is. American businesses are being attacked, being taken over. Something's got to be done about that.
Make no mistake, he often used military force without declarations of war. Some did criticize Wilson for being imperialist, but many others were like, hey, at least we're staying out of Europe. Wilson was quite popular by 1916, so popular that he was able to pass more progressive laws, like the Federal Farm Loan Act, which made it easier for farmers to borrow money. And you want to know why else Wilson was popular during his Keating-Owen Act, which banned child labor.
I wish you wouldn't watch this so fast. I can't even understand half of what Mr. Beat's saying.
Wilson was popular during the Adamson Act, which established an 8-hour workday for railroad workers. Only having to work 8 hours in one day, it was completely unheard of. Crazy times, man. Wilson ran for re-election, campaigning around the slogan.
So again, he's acknowledging there's Mr. Beat saying things that I think Mr. Beat would argue are positive things done by Wilson, but we're not giving him credit for that. So he's only calling out the stuff that he disagrees with.
The start of war actually scaring people into thinking that the Republicans would get the country in a war with both Germany and Mexico. Well, he won re-election, becoming the first Democrat to win 2 consecutive presidential elections since Andrew Jackson. He kept us out of war. That's cute. He kept us out of war. Did he? Oh my, how quickly things changed.
He did keep us out of war up until, you know, his second term.
Until
things got a little worse. Hold on. Let's just see what he says.
At the beginning of Wilson's second term. First of all, by the end of 1916, the United States had become deeply connected to the Allied side of the war. We're talking mainly Britain, France, and Russia here. The United States had lent billions to the Allies. In January 1917, Germany had resumed unrestricted submarine warfare, meaning it would sink all ships without warning headed to Allied ports, even American ones. This is a policy that had previously led to the sinking of the Lusitania, a British ship that had 128 Americans on board. In February, what became known as the Zimmermann telegram, a telegram intercepted sent as a secret message from German Foreign Minister Arthur Zimmermann to Mexico, asking Mexico to join Germany in a war against the United States from interpreting Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico back, outraged Americans. Now, supposedly, Wilson did not want to get involved in this war, but by early 1917, he thought the United States had no choice. Not only that, he saw entering the war as an opportunity to transform it into a moral mission. They weren't just going to defeat Germany.
And he just said there, among the parts that I could actually catch, was that he said Wilson kept the U.S. out of war and supposedly he felt he had no choice by 1917 but to get in it. So he's kind of given Wilson the benefit of the doubt there that public sentiment had changed and he just kind of went with it. Well, also, I'm not going to be that generous to Wilson. You campaigned in 1916. Your main campaign was he kept us out of war. And then just weeks, literally less than a month after you take office for your second term, you're pushing for a declaration of war. If your whole stance was you're about peace, you're keeping us out of war, then there was nothing that was changing in early 1917 that hadn't gone on during your first term. The Lusitania was all the way back in 1915, before the 1916 election, before that campaign. Yes, unrestricted submarine warfare started up again, but it had already been going on before. So nothing new was happening that you couldn't have still argued, I'm going to keep us out of war.
They were going to spread democracy. These beliefs that the United States had a moral responsibility to spread American values like democracy, free trade, and international cooperation around the world came to be known as Wilsonianism. That's a mouthful. On April 2nd, 1917, Wilson asked Congress to declare war on Germany, famously saying, "The world must be made safe for democracy." Congress...
Okay, so there's a bit to unpack here. So, yes, Wilson did not want to get us involved in the war. Wilson was the peace candidate, but you have to understand what led up to that situation. Germany had sunk, what was it, about 20 ships, killed hundreds of Americans. There were German...
But that happened earlier. Like I said, 1915, the Lusitania is one of the things we always point to as being one of the reasons the United States got involved in the war. That happened in 1915, not 1917.
Terrorist attacks on U.S. soil in New Jersey and in New York.
Yeah.
Of course, there was attempting to get Mexico involved in the war, which realistically they couldn't do, but we already had a situation with Mexico being unstable. We didn't need them spreading that more aggressively across the border, and, But
to me, that's not the kind of thing you couldn't have found a resolution for. If it hadn't led you to war at that point, there was no reason that the Zimmerman telegram should have been a reason to go to war, except that it galvanized American support for going to war. That's what changed. It didn't change the circumstances of the war. It changed American perception, which then led him. If you are a strong leader and you feel that peace is the way, American perception changing shouldn't necessarily have been what pushed you over the edge.
Causing hostility with us. How many warnings can we give Germany before we say, all right, look, we just have to do something about this? And again, this is a matter of looking at Wilson and using him as a scapegoat. The American public, after all the damage that Germany had done to us, after all the provocations, the American public wanted war. The American public wanted retaliation. America's politicians wanted retaliation. And a lot of this, let's also look at this from Germany's perspective. Because, to be fair, Germany had the concern of, why is the U.S. only assisting the Entente? Why are they not?
And that's a great point. You're going to say, well, Germany was doing all this provocation on the United States. Well, yeah, the United States was materially aiding the Allies, the Entente, the British, the French, the Russians. We were materially aiding one side. We were not neutral in that war.
Being actually neutral. The United States, at the very beginning of the war, was conducting trade with both sides of the conflict. They were trying to be genuinely neutral. What happened is Britain blockaded us. They created a massive blockade.
And we could have used because remember, at this point, the British are not the allies that they are today. We don't have the special relationship in 1914 that we have today. We could have very easily used our political and economic pressure on the British to say, listen, you need to open us up to trade with Germany. We are not taking sides. You can't blockade our ships. But we didn't do that. We were very clear on which side we were a part of from the beginning.
Said, well, look, you can trade with us or you can trade with no one. What are we going to do? Are we going to start a war with Britain? Are we going to... Are we just going to stop trading and thus cripple our economy? Are we just going to harm ourselves?
So what, to me, it sounds like he's advocating for is weakness on the part of Woodrow Wilson. And yes, again, I am biased against Woodrow Wilson. So hear everything I'm saying from that bias. I'm acknowledging that. If you're a real strong leader, you don't get goaded into declaring war because the public opinion is in favor of war. You don't go with what's easy and say, well, you know what, better to trade with the British than not at all, because they blockaded our trade with Germany. So we should just accept that blockade and just trade as long as we're still making money. I don't know. It just sounds, these are not things that, to me, make Woodrow Wilson look good.
Out of some type of moral obligation to be neutral? Or do we keep trading with Britain because we don't really have any other option?
We did have other options.
We were a powerful navy, of course, but Britain is the superpower of the time. Britain is the world power. They have the world's strongest navy. What are we really going to do? Here's the thing, too. Yeah, Britain caused some damage to us.
They have the world's strongest navy, but just because our navy's not as strong as theirs, but guess what? The United States Navy and the German Navy together would have whooped on Germany, or would have whooped on the British, because the German Navy was pretty darn close. In fact, I want to show you this. Here we go. So here's navies in 1914. Dreadnoughts available, dreadnoughts being built. So you see dreadnoughts are the battleships of the day, right? 22 for Britain, 15 for Germany. USA's got 10. So more being built there, obviously. Pre-dreadnoughts, these are the older battleships that are kind of outclassed at this point. 40, 22, 23. Armored cruisers, 34, 8, 19 for France, 12 for the U.S. Protected cruisers and so on and so forth. Destroyers, 221, 90, 50. So, yeah, the British had the largest navy, but when we start talking about big ships, dreadnoughts, U.S. and Germany together, while neither one on their own is powerful enough to do anything, it's a deterrent for the British. The British couldn't stand to have the threat of the United States on the wrong side. And let's be honest about it. In 1914, German Americans make up the largest single group of immigrants to the United States. There's a strong German American population who would have gladly seen the United States side with Germany in that war.
But they weren't killing Americans the same way the Germans were. So again...
And the Germans were running ads in newspapers in New York City saying, listen, these certain ships that are entering the exclusion zone, that are carrying munitions like the Lusitania clearly was carrying weapons of war and things for the material war effort, don't get on ships like that because we might sink them. They were doing everything they could to warn us.
Whose side are we going to take? I don't think it was right for Britain to do that. In fact, I think that should have sabotaged the American-British alliance and relationship moving forward into the future. Like, they acted in bad faith and tried to manipulate us. But, you know, given the situation of the
I don't blame the British for doing that either, because, I mean, they were doing what they felt was in their best self-interest, and that's what all countries were doing.
Who are you going to side with, the British or the Germans?
Neither.
So, yeah,
neither.
That's
one
the
aspect
point.
Of it. He kept us out of war means you don't side with either.
Then there's this aspect of it of being a moral crusade. The world must be made safe for democracy is taken out of context. When Wilson is talking about this, the democracy he's talking about is the United States. He's saying the world must be made safe for us. We tried to be neutral. We tried to just conduct trade with both sides. Not what he was saying. We were pressured by the British, and then
if you look at what happens after the war's over and the way he advocates for self-determination for these European nations and things like that, he was not saying the world must be safe for American democracy in the United States. He was talking about democracy everywhere.
The Germans started killing our people. This can no longer stand. We have to have procedures in place so that
But most of the people they had killed, they killed before the 1916 election, not after.
Never happens, so that we don't get dragged into a future war. And then people will say that the 14 points were Wilson's Here's the thing. Wilsonianism as an ideology is just... the name is terrible. Because Wilson himself was not a Wilsonian. Wilsonianism is something that was coined and, came to vogue well after his time. It does not align with what Wilson actually believed and with what Wilson actually desired with his 14 points peace plan. The idea was, more than anything, to be able to mediate peace before the conflict broke out. To be able to sit down and be like, look, we don't want any part of this. We'll help you resolve the tension and dispute, but afterwards, if you guys do end up fighting, don't involve us. It's not
Except we were just involved.
It's not our problem.
Overwhelmingly overwhelmingly approved. Wilson oversaw a huge mobilization of troops. He created agencies like the War Industries Board and Food Administration. Wilson signed a law creating the Selective Service System after the Army failed to recruit enough soldiers. This caused the first American military draft since the Civil War. In Peteru, all American men aged 21 to 30 had to enlist to fight for a period of 12 months, whether they wanted to or not. The Selective Service would draft more than 2.8 million men. Contrary to what you might think, the country's entry into World War I was pretty dang controversial. Many Americans began protesting.
Yeah, and to be fair to Wilson on the draft, pretty much every other country did the same thing. I mean, the British had a draft, the Germans had a draft, the Russians had a draft.
And Wilson anticipated this backlash. He promoted propaganda to sway public opinion, promoting the idea that it was patriotic to support the war. Yeah, that's when he saw posters like that in order to create a chilling effect and basically scare the crap out of anyone, even remote.
And again, in defense of Wilson, he wasn't doing anything with the propaganda stuff and the creation of a government agency for propaganda that other countries weren't also doing. And I guess I'm sounding a little like him in that, right? Like that everybody did it, but I don't necessarily see those kinds of things as evidence that Wilson was bad. And I don't know that Mr. Beat's claiming that.
Criticizing the war effort, Wilson signed two of the most hated laws in American history, the Espionage Act and the Sedition
These,
Act.
on the other hand,
made it a crime to interfere with military operations, particularly the draft or military recruitment. The Sedition Act, which was even worse, in my opinion, made it a crime to talk trash about the war. Wait a second, doesn't that go against the First Amendment? Breaking both laws could get you up to 20 years in prison. Holy crap. And yeah, the Wilson administration arrested thousands of Americans for breaking these laws, including prominent folks like Eugene Debs, who got a sentence of 10 years in prison for giving a speech that criticized the war and praised folks resisting the war. He later...
Think about that for a second. A guy got 10 years in prison for giving a speech criticizing the American involvement in the war. That cannot be defended. That cannot be defended. And I'll be curious to hear if Mr. Z is going to criticize that at all, or if he's just going to let that slide.
President from prison, and I'm not even done yet. Wilson also essentially ran a nationwide spy program for people to rat out fellow citizens resisting the war effort. He authorized his Justice Department to spy on critics of the war, especially those who lean to the left politically, and immigrants. It's always freaking immigrants who get blamed for stuff.
Maybe that this is a whole other discussion to get into, but you have to understand that when the country is at war, wartime measures are important to be taken up for this.
Wartime measures, yes, but arresting people for criticizing the war? No, that is not a necessary wartime measure. How do I know that? Because it happened during other wars and we didn't round people up for it. We didn't round up. I mean, you could argue, well, yeah, we kind of did. I mean, in some cases, in later wars. But guess what? People protest during war, and it's okay if they do that. And we have to allow that. We have to allow that kind of dissent. As long as it's vocal protest and not, supporting subversion and acts of sabotage and those kinds of things. That's a different thing altogether.
Security of the country. Mr. Beat, I don't think you at all would be critical of the wartime measures that Lincoln took up when the country was at war. Suspending habeas corpus. What was it? That one fella, this politician from Ohio, if memory serves,
Vallandigham,
that Lincoln actually had deported to the Confederacy for criticizing the war. Yeah, it
wasn't... The whole Vallandigham thing, listen, he was not the only Democrat criticizing the war. There were plenty of Democrats, including ones in Congress, that were criticizing the war. The issue with Vallandigham wasn't simply criticism of the war. It was actually acts of subverting the ability of the government to prosecute the war. He was actively undermining the government. He wasn't just speaking against it. Totally different thing. That's why Vallandigham is unique, even though there were plenty of other Democrats that were doing similar, that were saying things that he was saying.
I feel like you would not be critical of that. Understand that whenever a war happens, when the United States is in a serious state of war, the government is going to take emergency measures to make sure that our security here, our national security, is not compromised and we're able to win the conflict.
I agree with that, but you can't just round people up for speaking out against it.
And keep our people safe. That should be, that should just sort of be a given. As for the immigrant thing of the time, you have to understand that at the time, a lot of immigrants coming to the United States were bringing over anarchist philosophy, they were committing terrorist attacks. Yeah, and especially people on the left. You had the emergence.
This sounds very familiar. They're all criminals. They're all coming here to commit criminal acts.
Of anarchists and socialists, and they also were engaging in a lot of terror attacks and, riots and stuff. Yeah, you can't really be too critical of that. It was sort of needed for the period.
He even had the post office not deliver mail that was critical of the government. Big time movements. By the time American troops actually got to Europe to fight in the war...
Just not going to comment on that. The post office not delivering mail that was critical of the government.
The war was winding down. On
Censorship.
January 8, 1918, Wilson announced to Congress his blueprint for a post-war peace that became a big part of his legacy. The 14 points. Yes, there they are. I'm not going to read all of them. We don't have time for that. But it included stuff like reducing weapon supplies, free and fair trade, avoiding future...
So he said that the 14 points weren't really about the war. They were all about future conflicts. But read this. I mean, we're talking about evacuation of French territory, evacuation of Russian territory, evacuation and restoration of Belgium. This is all stuff that directly relates to what was going on at that point. Independence of Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro, relinquishment of Turkish control over non-Turkish populations,
wars for diplomacy, not wars, and self-determination.
erection of an independent Polish state.
The people around the world should have their own say regarding who governs them. His 14 points also included his arguably most important and lasting idea, an international organization in which countries around the world could all resolve
League of
disputes
Nations.
peacefully, what we now call the League of Nations. Meanwhile, after years of ignoring protests in front of the White House calling for the rights for women to vote, Wilson finally gave lukewarm support to the idea, and the 19th Amendment would pass by the end of his term. And speaking of gay.
And this, again, this is him being just dismissive of stuff. It's like, you know, if this was any other figure, Mr. Beat would just be lapping this up, praising it. But no, because it's Wilson, he doesn't give him the credit.
No, what he said was, it wasn't until 1918 that Woodrow Wilson finally spoke in favor of women's suffrage. He wasn't this advocate that was out there campaigning on the issue, that was out there at the forefront pushing for this. Listen, again, this is from crusadeforthevote.org on Wilson. It says, beginning in January 1917, suffragists picketed outside the White House day and night. They held signs and demanded their rights. Well, let's back up a little bit first. Wilson had many foreign and domestic issues to take on. The Republican Party had been split for the election, and Wilson was able to hide behind the Democratic platform. So he ignored suffrage during his first time. He did vote yes to women's suffrage in the New Jersey state election in October of 1915. Wilson announced only days before, on October 6th, that he planned on voting for it, saying, "I believe the time has come to extend the privilege and responsibility to the women of the state, but I shall vote only upon my private conviction. I believe that it should be settled by the state and not by the national government." And then, skipping ahead, it was not until his speech before Congress in 1918 that Wilson finally publicly endorsed women's suffrage by the federal government. It was believed that women's roles in World War I helped Wilson see the need for suffrage. So Mr. Beat's accurate in saying that Wilson finally came around and spoke on the topic in 1918. That's 100% accurate.
That's the one banning alcohol. He vetoed its enforcement, but Congress overrode his veto. After the war officially ended at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month of the year, Wilson, just straight up left the United States for 6 months to hang out in Paris, where he became a big-time influential member of the peace talks. He became the first American president to travel to Europe while in office. Edith would join him.
And he legit just lived over there for a while because and honestly, I think this was a big motivation for Wilson getting involved in the war in the first place. He wanted a seat at the peace talks. And that wasn't unusual. Japan got involved for the same reason. Italy got involved because of what they thought they'd get out of a post-war settlement. You know, there were many nations that got involved for those kinds of motivations. But he saw this as, ooh, this is my opportunity on the world stage to have my way.
What resulted was the infamous Treaty of Versailles. Wilson got the League of Nations into the treaty, but unfortunately, the treaty also severely punished Germany, which, wouldn't you know it, set up the stage for World War II.
That wasn't Wilson's fault. That was primarily Britain and France.
I agree.
Wilson specifically told them, do not seek retaliation against Germany.
He's right, and I will agree with him in defending Wilson on that.
Have a peace where everything is nice and even, and there's no harsh feelings between the countries. France and Britain, who were actually involved for the majority of the war and felt that they had more say, said no. You know, we're going to punish Germany. We're going to give them punitive measures, and they're never going to rise up again. Wilson, you might say, well, why didn't he fight back against this? What leverage did he have? Heck, Again,
what I keep hearing over and over again is there was nothing Wilson can do. I mean, we're painting him as this weak, ineffectual leader. He couldn't control his own cabinet. They were going to do what they wanted. Whatever, you know. He couldn't control the fact that the U.S. got into the war. People wanted it, so what was he going to do? You know, he couldn't find a peaceful solution in the Caribbean and Latin America, so he had to send troops. What was he going to do? He couldn't do anything about Britain and France doing that. What choice did he have?
Even Congress wasn't backing his peace plan. what leverage did he have to argue in favor otherwise?
Less than 20 years later, when Wilson finally returned to the United States, it was kind of...
I hate this narrative too. This narrative from the left that Wilson's to blame for the rise of Nazism in Germany, and
He's not.
From the right that Wilson's to blame for the rise of communism in Russia. It's based on nothing. It's insanity. It's just totally made up. I don't know. Let's keep going.
Lynchings of African Americans had dramatically on the rise, and the federal government had done little to stop it. A series of race riots in the summer of 1919 led to the deaths of hundreds of innocent African Americans and the destruction of their private property. By that time, the first Red Scare was in full swing, a period of extreme paranoia and hatred of not just communism, but anyone who had non-mainstream left-leaning political views. This fear led to Wilson's new Attorney General, A. Mitchell Palmer, arresting and deporting all kinds of random people, known as the Palmer Rays. He'd end up overseeing...
Not random people. These are people who, you know, let's pull up the details. In 1919, a series of mail bombs targeted prominent figures, businessmen, judges, and government officials. In June, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer's own house was bombed by an Italian anarchist. And, you know, before Mr. Beats like, oh, Mr. Z, being anti-immigrant, yeah, I'm Italian myself, so get off my back. No one was killed except the bomber himself, but the explosion destroyed the front of Palmer's home in D.C., nearly killed his family. This personal attack radicalized Palmer. He became convinced there was a coordinated anarchist plot to overthrow the government. Alright, so just to be clear, the Wall Street bombing tied to the exact same anarchist network that spurred on the Palmer raids. Horse-drawn wagon was packed with 100 pounds of dynamite and 500 pounds of metal shrapnel and exploded.
No one's doubting that there was a serious issue there and it needed to be dealt with. The question is, how did you deal with it? Did you target the wrong people? Did you target people who had nothing to do with it?
At lunchtime, the blast killed 35 people and injured more than 400. Shattered windows for blocks and tore through the financial district. Never definitively caught, strongly suspected to be Italian anarchists, likely followers of Luigi Gallieni, who carried out similar mail bombings the previous year.
Okay.
Finally got the right to vote.
So he didn't really answer the question. He didn't really address anything other than to tell us what happened. So here, I'll read to you directly from the FBI's own website on this. The nation demanded a response to the bombings. An attorney general who had his eye on the White House in 1920 was ready to oblige. He created a small division to gather intelligence on the radical threat and placed a young Justice Department lawyer named J. Edgar Hoover in charge. Hoover collected and organized every scrap of intelligence gathered by the Bureau of Investigation, which, by the way, was created under the auspices of Napoleon Bonaparte's grandnephew, and by other agencies to identify anarchists most likely involved in violent activity. The young Bureau, meanwhile, continued to investigate those responsible for the bombings. Later that fall, the Department of Justice began arresting, under recently passed laws like the Sedition Act, which we were referring to earlier, suspected radicals and foreigners identified by Hoover's group, including well-known leaders Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman. In December, with much public fanfare, a number of radicals were put on a ship dubbed the Red Ark or the Soviet Ark by the press and deported to Russia. So we started rounding up anyone who had what was seen as radical views and therefore could have been tangentially responsible for these bombings. Because we couldn't find who actually did the bombings, the individual or the group responsible, we rounded up anybody who espoused strong views like communism or anarchism and shipped them off to Russia. At this point, though, politics, inexperience, and overreaction got the better of Attorney General Palmer and his department, which we've already established, obviously Woodrow Wilson can't control his cabinet, right? Hoover, with the encouragement of Palmer and the help of the Department of Labor, started planning a massive roundup of radicals. By early January 1920, the plans were ready. The department organized simultaneous raids in major cities. Any of this sound familiar? With local police called on to arrest thousands of suspected anarchists. Thousands of arrests because of some bombings, and we never got the bomber. The ensuing Palmer raids turned into a nightmare marked by poor communication, planning, and intelligence about who should be targeted and how many arrest warrants would be needed. The constitutionality of the entire operation was questioned, and Palmer and Hoover were roundly criticized for their plan and their overzealous domestic security efforts. And this is by the FBI themselves describing it this way. So, if anything, this is an organization that you would think would defend this position, and even they're saying, you know what, we kind of screwed up here. So there, I did for you what he didn't and told you what the Palmer raids were about, not just describing the bombings to you.
This is the funny thing, too. Battles elitism while he was in Princeton. And at the very beginning, you said that he was an elitist. Called him a sexist, and he's the guy who gave women the right to vote. I don't know, dude. I question whether you know what you're talking about here. Like, look, I know you're a smart guy. I just think that your ideology is blinding you here, and you're just attacking this guy because you don't like him.
Wilson was one of the most authoritarian presidents in American history, and his authoritarian president.
Authoritarian is insane, dude. This was wartime power.
Listen, even his proponents would acknowledge that Wilson was one of the more authoritarian presidents.
You are making the exact same argument Southerners make about Lincoln being a tyrant. The country is at war. You're falling into the same trap.
There's a difference between a war against a foreign power and dealing with a rebellion in your own country. And even then, Lincoln didn't do some of the stuff that Wilson did.
You just want to attack your opponent. You don't look at them objectively. You're just blinded by your bias here.
Led to future American presidents also abusing their power, often in the name of spreading democracy. So yes, while Woodrow Wilson may have reshaped America's role in the world with old idealism, he ultimately only seemed to care about white men. And for a president in the 1900s, as opposed to 1700s, this is really, really bad. Why he's still seen as a top-tier president, to me, is just evidence that he had a big impact. But having a big impact doesn't mean being good. Why does the internet hate Woodrow Wilson? Because sometimes the internet is right.
All right. Well, that was a stupid video. Look, like, he acknowledged some stuff that Wilson did, but that's the frustrating thing. Anytime there's something praiseworthy about Wilson, well, it was just it was just a trend of the times. Anytime there's something...
It baffles me that he isn't hearing himself here, because he's criticizing Mr. Beat for doing exactly what he did and saying, well, it was just a trend of the times.
To attack Wilson for... It's all Wilson's fault. It's entirely Wilson's fault. Wilson alone orchestrated all that. I don't know. I feel like this fella just can't get past his personal bias to make anything objective. Like, he can't look at Wilson for who Wilson actually is, and that's frustrating. But anyhow, I think I'm going to wrap this video up. Thank you all for watching. Be sure...
All right. Listen, in the end, there were some things I agreed with Mr. Z about. I didn't beat myself over the head with a box, even though I thought about it a few times. And I think in the end, it's just important that we understand that every person presenting history to us is biased and has a worldview. I'm a Christian, center-right conservative, white male, and all of those things affect how I see the world. It affects how I see presidents. It affects how I interpret the past. It affects how I interact with people. And as long as you understand that, then you can listen to what I say, and then you can make your own judgments about those things based on your own worldviews. So just presenting it all there for you to decide for yourself. Let me know your thoughts. Use the comment section below. Please check out the podcasts if you get a chance on any platform where you get your podcasts. Stories of the Civil War, stories of the Great War. And if you wouldn't mind, give me a rating while you're at it on there. Based on what you think, I would appreciate that. Thanks for watching. But I've had a ton of people in the comment section requesting that I take on this video. It's called Abraham Lincoln, American Dictator, and it's by a channel called The Rageaholic, who I've never heard of, didn't know anything about, but people have been telling me you need to react to this, that this is kind of like the opposite of At and Shay, so to speak. So I have no idea what I'm getting into. I will forewarn you, I try to be a family-friendly channel, but because I don't know the nature of this channel and I don't know what he's going to talk about, I can't guarantee that it's not going to be less than family-friendly. So it's an hour-long video. Which to me tells me that the guy's got a lot to say and that a lot of it's going to be crap. Just saying, if it takes you an hour to try and convince people of your point of view, I think you probably are trying too hard. But with that in mind, we're going to do the first half. It looks like there's 4 parts to this from what I can see. So there's 4 chapters. So we will do the first 2 chapters of it today, and then we'll get into chapters 3 and 4 in tomorrow's reaction. So with that in mind, I'll put a link in the description to the original content if you want to check it out. Can't say yet that I want you to support him because I don't know what he's going to be about. So let's dive in.
You all know the top-hatted caricature of Honest Abe. Hell, in preparation for this video, I consumed no small number of primary sources suffused with praise that lapsed eagerly and often from fawning to disquietingly worshipful. Worshipful, you say? Of a man whose monument depicts him on a literal throne? Surely you jest! Which in and of itself, in a nation that created the office of president for the explicit purpose of forestalling such breathless pronouncements of kingly virtue in our leaders, should be alarming all on its own, but this video isn't meant to be merely corrective in nature.
I'm going to try not to disagree and nitpick every little thing he says, but it's important to point out that when the Constitutional Convention was going on, there was a strong push from people like Alexander Hamilton for there to be hereditary type positions within the government, like the Senate being like a House of Lords in the UK. And there were even some who wanted there to be a king. So I would disagree a little bit with the idea that the presidency was created explicitly to avoid that kind of thing, because the presidency was actually kind of seen as a stronger executive than what we had under the Articles of Confederation.
And as I intend to make clear fucking repeatedly, this is
so not family
open
friendly
to interpretation. This ain't an agree to disagree situation, sunshine. Abraham Lincoln was America's first dictator.
Okay, so I'm going to say right off the bat that I can tell already that I'm going to have some issues with this guy, because anytime you start out an hour-long diatribe about your point of view, and in the first 45 seconds you say that your point of view is the only correct point of view, yeah, you and I are going to have some issues. All right, let's go.
A lifelong and avowed advocate of centralized, authoritarian, top-down government, overseeing a nation whose government was repeatedly and explicitly described by its founders as being derived not from a federal government, but its member states.
No. You throw up a Thomas Jefferson quote, of course you're going to get that point of view, because Thomas Jefferson was very much of the argument. But no, you can't say the founders were explicitly against a top-down. That's the reason why there were Federalists and Anti-Federalists, because the Federalists literally did want a top-down, strong central government. That's why we have a constitution, is because the Articles of Confederation were not a strong enough central government. They needed something stronger. And so Alexander Hamilton and George Washington and John Adams, these guys wanted a stronger central government. This became very much a North versus South thing. The Southerners, people like Thomas Jefferson, were of that opinion, but you can't say that the founders were, because the founders were split on what the government should look like.
Who in turn are enthralled to their citizenry. And if Andrew Jackson, himself something of an authoritarian, was the first of the non-founding father presidents, Lincoln represents a philosophical dividing line between the limited and enumerated federal powers of...
All right, I'm trying not to disagree with everything, but he just said that Andrew Jackson was the first non-founding father president. That would come as a bit of a surprise to John Quincy Adams. I'm just saying. John Quincy Adams was president before Andrew Jackson. He was the son of a founding father. He was not a founding father. If you're going to get simple things like that wrong, I'm going to have some issues with you saying your viewpoint is the only correct one.
The original plural United States and the globalist goddamn empire we're suffering the adverse effects of at present. And that, I believe, more than anything, is the explanation for why Lincoln is the sacred cow to end all sacred cows. It's not about who he was, the war he fought, or even about him getting domed in a fucking theater for his trouble. It's about what he represents philosophically. Top-down governance. To cut a novel into a novella, if Lincoln was wrong, so is our ruling class. And their every illegitimate edict will come tumbling after. Which is why it's so very unfortunate that he absolutely fucking was. But I can hear you already criticizing Lincoln? What are you, a lost causer? Chapter 1 fucking commenced. The lost cause may be the single most towering straw man ever erected. The idea that the Civil War was not principally waged over slavery, but was, like most any other war, primarily economic in nature,
So he's saying that there is no lost cause? All right, I'm interested.
Doesn't come from lost causers. It doesn't come from me. It comes from fucking Lincoln. Upon ascending to office in 1861 under the cloud of war, secession, and foreign interference, Lincoln stated outright what the most important objective of his administration was. Not bringing the South to heel, and certainly not freeing the blacks he'd repeatedly referred to as inferior up until that point. No. Are you ready for the great emancipator's primary preoccupation? Raising fucking tariffs.
All right. Time out. He said upon taking office, Lincoln said this. First of all, 1860, Lincoln wasn't in office yet. He got elected in 1860. He takes office in March of 61. So already you're off base. Number two, if you're going to use a quote, he says, "In the days of Henry Clay, I was a Henry Clay tariff man, and I've undergone no material change on that subject." All he's saying is that he's in favor of Henry Clay's view on tariffs. That, number one, as we've stated before, the primary income for the federal government up until this point in history has been tariffs. And so tariffs are a major point of contention because much like arguments over taxes are today. But saying this does not equate that being the primary means of the Civil War. Saying you support a certain kind of tariff does not mean that is the most important thing you stand for. That is a completely out of context quote that does not argue with what he is saying it does.
Quite contrary to the caricature of the South as rural bumpkintopia and the North as the economic engine of the country, the reverse was true in the 1860s. Every time a conservative comes into contact with an obnoxious...
Wait, let me back up, because I think, is he arguing that the economy was fueled by the South?
The South is rural bumpkintopia and the North as the economic engine of the country, the reverse was true in the 1860s. Every time a conservative comes into contact with an obnoxious Californian and audibly incites God to carve that state off into the sea, socialismos of all hair colors inevitably fire back with some variant of, "Most agriculture comes from California," or better still, the old chestnut, "If California were its own country, it would have the 6th largest economy in the world."
Does any of this have to do?
Well, if the southern United States of the 1860s had been allowed to peacefully secede in avoidance of a civil war, it would have boasted the 4th largest economy in the world. More than 70% of the world's tobacco and cotton crop at the time came from the South. And as high tariff Lincoln came to power with Thaddeus Stevens and the radical Republican Congress in tow, the southern states who were primarily funding the government through skyrocketing tariffs...
Time out. All right, so according to Financial Failure and the Confederate Defeat by Douglas Ball in 1860, out of the $52 million in customs collections, Southern ports paid $4 million. That's 7.6% of the tariffs. Now, it should be considered that because some supplies from overseas were landed in New York and then carried south, Southerners as financial consumers indirectly paid bigger than an 8% portion of tariffs, but by no means 75 to 80%. Most likely South paid no more than proportional by white population's share of tariffs, and probably less, according to contemporary eyewitnesses. Now, I understand the point he's trying to make is that when you increase tariffs at home on imported goods, then the countries you're exporting to, they're also going to raise tariffs in a kind of a tariff war, and that's going to increase that cost. And because the South, most of their income was coming from exporting things like cotton and tobacco, that was going to necessarily impact things. But again, that has nothing to do with the income of the federal government. The income was on tariffs on imported goods, not on what was being exported. Now, I understand the point he's trying to make is that the tariffs necessarily hurt Southern exports, and the Southern economy is driven primarily by exports of cotton and tobacco. And because the North, even though 90% of manufacturing is in the North is much more producing for home for domestic consumption, and so those things are immune to tariffs, which is kind of the argument he's making here, I guess, because the tariff of 1824, that was one of the main arguments against that and the tariff of abominations, which is the one in 1828, because they did hurt the South more than they hurt the North. But again, this idea that somehow the South was generating more money for the federal government than the North was is absolutely ridiculous.
Had never been represented less. What's more, thanks to a slow takeover, many Southerners weren't feeling particularly well represented by their own majority party, the Democrats, either. At the risk of becoming convoluted, before I can dismantle the myth of a civil war over slavery, we need to tackle another omnipresent falsehood. The myth of the partisan flip. Stop me if you've heard this one before. It's some indeterminate, eternally ephemeral date. Sometimes the Civil War, sometimes the Civil Rights era. Hell, I've even heard Nixon. Republicans and Democrats pulled the old partisan switcheroo. Republicans had been central government status and suddenly switched to the party of personal responsibility and small government, while the minarchist Southern Democrats became the Progressive Party. The details of why this happened are left hazier than Ted Kennedy's.
I've been through all of the stuff on the party switch in other videos, so I'm not going to deal with that here. I'll just kind of let him get through his rant on this, and we'll continue.
Memory on the night of July 18th, 1969. But as I alluded in a prior video, America's homegrown political binary is the small government states' rights of Thomas Jefferson and the Democrats versus the statist centralized pseudo-monarchist government of Alexander Hamilton and later the Whigs, themselves not coincidentally named after an English political party. This is crucial to comprehending the political motives of Lincoln, who prior to being persuaded to forsake them for the ascendant Republican Party, had been a lifelong and avowed Whig. When considering the cause of a crime, in this case the Civil War, before you can begin to look for evidence.
So now the Civil War is a crime, okay.
You need to look for patterns, places the victim frequented, people that had motive or opportunity that they had a pattern of contact with. The problem with the narrative that the Civil War was caused by slavery is that a civil war is a symptom, not a cause, an end result of a crisis of secession. When a state or several begin exploring or enacting articles of secession to separate themselves from the federal government, most defenders of the North and Lincoln then fall back to the position that the secession crisis was caused by slavery. But the problem with that is that it doesn't fit the pattern. There was a prior secession crisis that fell just short of the Civil War in
completely irrelevant. Why someone 40 or 50 years earlier wanted to secede has no bearing whatsoever. I'll let him get through all this and then we will just destroy him on this one.
1828, when Henry Clay, Abraham Lincoln's self-professed political idol, passed...
Wait. I haven't seen him show me a quote where Lincoln said that Clay was his political idol. All we saw was a quote of him saying that he agreed with Henry Clay on tariffs. That does not make the person your political idol.
The tariff of abominations, a sky-high tariff rate shoved through by Lincoln's previous party, the Whigs, placing a disproportionate financial burden upon the South, who accounted for over 70% of all exported goods and boasted the fourth largest economy in the world at the time, as we've already established.
Tariffs happen on imports too. So you can't just say that because the South had 70% of all exported goods, they necessarily paid more in tariffs. Because the North was consuming way more of the imported goods.
Carolina held a special session of state Congress and voted to nullify the tariff, leading the nation to the precipice of outright secession. No mention of slavery.
No, because that was a completely different crisis. That had nothing to... You can't go back to 1828 and say, well, because South Carolina... because of the nullification crisis, South Carolina thought about seceding in 1828, that automatically that means that they were using the exact same argument in 1860.
No moral grandstanding about abolition, particularly as Henry Clay himself had owned slaves. High tariffs followed by a secession crisis. Sort of like the exact same thing that preceded the secession crisis that sparked the American Civil War. And Henry Clay is an important figure to research if you want to understand the many lies about Lincoln, many of which he spun himself. Clay believed wholeheartedly in what he called the American system, originally generated by Alexander Hamilton.
Speaker of the House, Henry Clay, fighting champion of American liberty. It lies within our power to create a system by which our institutions make us free. Let us become real and true Americans and build an American system that nothing shall ever destroy.
The American system essentially means government subsidies, a nationalized bank, and high taxes and tariffs. In short, mercantilism. It became the entire platform of the Whig Party, and Lincoln subscribed to and enacted every word of it. When they call Lincoln a liberator and freedom fighter...
Back to the exact same quote, which again is not making your point at all.
Understand that these are the very lies Lincoln told at Henry Clay's funeral, at which he delivered a famous, highly politicized eulogy. And like Lincoln, Henry Clay was quoted numerous times, not only calling blacks inferior, but once he became...
Okay, I know I'm nitpicking here, but he said at Henry Clay's funeral. Lincoln spoke at an event that was organized to remember Henry Clay. It wasn't Henry Clay's funeral. Minor point, but still.
Secretary of State, his statements on American Indians raised eyebrows even at that time. Lovely little bits like, he did not think them as a race worth preserving, unquote.
What does this have to do with why the South seceded in 1860? It doesn't.
Or that their breed cannot be improved, or their...
All he's trying to do here is tell us that Henry Clay is a bad guy, and Abraham Lincoln liked Henry Clay, so that makes him a bad guy too.
Disappearance from the human family will be no great loss to the world, unquote. When President Andrew Jackson fought and won in an attempt to dissolve the National Bank, it was Henry Clay who served as the primary antagonist.
Hey, tell us what Andrew Jackson thought of Native Americans. Probably won't go there, will ya?
But historians rarely acknowledge that little Lincoln was riding in the sidecar there. Henry Clay and his apprentice Abraham Lincoln would excoriate Andrew Jackson as un-American, and Abe even echoed his mentor's calls for, quote, future vengeance against the American South.
Wait, but you told me a little while ago that Andrew Jackson was an authoritarian figure. And now you're telling me that Abraham Lincoln opposing Andrew Jackson makes him bad? I'm confused.
But he may have been in the throes of passion. After all, Lincoln loved his nationalized money supply. So much, in fact, that when the National Bank was killed by Jackson and states had to print money from their own treasuries, Lincoln adamantly opposed every attempt to audit it. And hey, you know what? All those people who crow about how we went off the gold standard thanks to Tricky Dick Nixon? Yeah, well, here's a funny story about Lincoln you're never likely to hear from a history professor. Lincoln's home state of Illinois had all the votes to pass a law requiring the Illinois State Bank to switch from paper to gold money. Democrats knew Lincoln and the Whigs were trying to avoid a vote they were guaranteed to lose, so they barred the doors. Lincoln and the Whigs jumped out the fucking window so they could keep printing paper money.
Again, what does this have to do with why the South seceded in 1860? Because that's your whole argument right now, is why you're trying to convince me why the South did not secede over slavery. I'm not hearing that.
Newspapers of the time lampooned Lincoln and his, quote, flying Whigs. See also Howard Stern on a windy day. As episodes like this illustrate, the Whigs were in their death throes. Democratic country in the South, where the words of Jefferson still resounded through the halls of government, were understandably inhospitable to the Hamiltonian statist thought. And Whigs had no hope of holding office below the Mason-Dixon line. And so Whigs made the same calculation as Southwestern Democrats when they transmogrified into Arizona rhinos in the 1980s and 90s. If you can't beat them, become them. Reformed Whigs turned Democrats soon arose to the highest stations of Southern power. Their focus on state subsidy of industry and the economy led them to be commercially interlocked with plantation owners. And it's likely for this reason that every one of the small handful of states which cited slavery as one but not all of the reasons for seceding just so happened to be in the hands of former Whigs turned Democrats.
So you just acknowledge that the states said that slavery was an issue, but this whole rant has been about why slavery was not the issue.
The Whig wing of the Democratic Party partly incited a civil war that they would later pin on the Jeffersonian Democrats during the post-war period. By entangling the valid arguments for secession proffered by Jeffersonian Democrats with the falsehoods perpetuated by former Whigs, not to mention the post-war Northern academics largely responsible for promulgating the lost cause myth, defenders of the dictator Lincoln have intertangled, vitiated, and discredited by default the very arguments that disproved their faulty hypothesis with a snarling scapegoat that was not, in fact, invented in the South. It was invented and espoused overwhelmingly by Northern academics. Case in point, probably the most prominent exemplar of a lost causer in the 20th century was waspy Whig Democrat and all-around shitbag du jour, Woodrow Wilson, who famously screamed the birth of a nation at the White House. What was Woody Wilson prior to being president? A Jeffersonian sharecropper? Deep South croc wrangler, perhaps. Oh, that's right. He was a Northern academic. Hey,
No, he wasn't. He was at a school in New Jersey, but he was a Southerner. He grew up in the South. He was born in Virginia. He was raised in the Deep South. There's nothing Northern about Woodrow Wilson except where he happened to be living when he got elected president.
me again who, until only recently, the Public Policy Department at Princeton University was named after. It's a cute little bit of rhetorical aikido, ain't it? But the lost cause is a lie all the same. I will not be falsely labeled a lost causer, particularly as the most vocal critics of Abraham Lincoln in the modern day generally hail from Rothbardian libertarian political circles, where accusing one of supporting something like slavery is just absurd enough to be mistaken for modern Marvel movie diet.
Okay, so to sum up all of this, 90% of what he said was completely irrelevant. When he got somewhat close to the real argument, he kind of wrote it off as, well, yeah, some Southerners said that slavery was a reason for secession, but there were others too. No. Time out. Georgia. This is the beginning of their secession document, right? Their declaration of causes for seceding. The people of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States, present to the Confederates and present to the Confederates and the world the causes which have led to the separation. Okay, so this is like the Declaration of Independence, right? In the Declaration of Independence, they say these are our causes which impelled the separation, right? So you would think you'd start with what matters the most, right? For the last 10 years, we have had numerous and serious causes of complaint against our non-slave-holding Confederate states with reference to the subject of African slavery. They have endeavored to weaken our security, to disturb our domestic peace and tranquility, and persistently refuse to comply with their express constitutional obligations to us in reference to that property. So it's all about slavery right off the bat. And you can go on and on and on, and that's what it talks about. All right, Mississippi. Here's the beginning of theirs. In the momentous step which our state has taken of dissolving its connection with the government of which we so long formed a part, it is but just that we should declare the prominent reasons which have induced our course. Right off the bat, our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. Its labor supplies the product which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of commerce of the earth. Okay, that's Mississippi. All right, now who else do we got here? Let's go to South Carolina. They started it all. They were first. Okay. And now the state of South Carolina, having resumed her separate and equal place among the nations, deems it due herself to the remaining United States of America and the nations of the world that she should declare the immediate causes which have led to this act. Let's take a look at what those causes are. So they go on and on about how South Carolina entered into the agreement to become one of the 13 states in the first place, why they ratified the Constitution. And so then they argue that right in the Constitution was written a protection against the abolition of slavery. The Constitution of the United States, in its 4th article, provides as follows: no person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from the service or labor. In other words, this was the defense of the Fugitive Slave Act, right? Other states could not free the property of someone in that state. And it says, that stipulation was so material to the compact that without it, that compact would never have been made. And so their argument is we would never have signed off on the Constitution were it not for that clause. And now, because the North is trying to violate that clause, we're out. Same thing with Texas. They're immediately going to go into the same argument, which is here. The states of Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and a bunch of other ones have directly or directly or indirectly violated the third clause of the second section of the fourth article, the Fugitive Slave Clause of the federal Constitution. So their argument is we are out because the North is not abiding by the Fugitive Slave Clause and the Fugitive Slave Act. Every single one of these southern states is making the same argument. Slavery is front and center at the heart of this issue.
Dialogue further, as if it even needs saying, even if it weren't a world-rending lie. The South don't need to be the good guys for Lincoln to be a piss-stinking tyrant. I'm not from the South. I have no sympathies with the Confederacy, save the perfectly valid grievances they had for desiring secession, such as disproportionate taxation, underrepresentation, and astronomically high tariffs. But I share those very same sympathies with the New England secessionists of 20 years previously. In short, if you're considering writing the words lost causer in the comments section, consider more constructive activities like cartwheeling through traffic. But if the Civil War wasn't primarily about slavery...
So in other words, if you disagree with me, go kill yourself. That's what he's saying there.
What about old Abe being the great emancipator? Here's where we get spicy. The accepted mainstream narrative surrounding the Emancipation Proclamation is, without question, the wildest propagandist fiction ever penned by political historians, one-upping with ease all the most brazen Bolshevik reframes of the Cold War combined. To hear history teachers tell it, Lincoln, the lifelong atheist, laid hand to the Bible.
Lincoln was not a lifelong atheist. Holy cow, where did you get that from? All right, these are quotes from Abraham Lincoln. 1846, Lincoln's in his 30s, right? I am not a member of any Christian church, it is true, but I have never denied the truth of the scriptures. I have never spoken with intentional disrespect of religion in general or any denomination of Christians in particular. Let's see, in Peoria, Illinois in 1854, nearly 80 years ago, we began by declaring that all men are created equal, but now, from the beginning, we have run down to the other declaration that some men to enslave others is a sacred right of self-government. They are as opposite as God and mammon. Mammon is like when you're greedy and you want, to gather things. Whoever holds to the one must despise the other. What else does he have to say? Certainly there's no contending against the will of God, but there's still some difficulty in ascertaining and applying it to particular cases. He says here, I think if anything can be proved by natural theology, it is that slavery is morally wrong. God gave man a mouth to receive bread, hands to feed it, and his hand has a right to carry bread to his mouth without controversy. There is no evidence whatsoever that I have ever seen that Lincoln was an atheist, let alone a lifelong atheist. His first inaugural address in 1861, intelligence, patriotism, Christianity, and a firm reliance on him, who has never yet forsaken this favored land, are still competent to adjust in the best way all our present difficulty. He talks in his second inaugural about God all over the place in that one. He says here in 1862, meditation on the divine will. The will of God prevails. In great contests, each party claims to act in accordance with the will of God. Both may be, and one must be wrong. God cannot be for and against the same thing. And it goes on and on and on. Look at all these quotes that have to do with God. Men are not flattered by being shown that there's a difference of purpose between the Almighty and them. To deny, however, in this case, is to deny that there is a God governing the world. It is a truth which I thought needed to be told, and as whatever of humiliation there is in it falls most directly on myself, I thought others might afford for me to tell it. Lincoln believed in God, never expressed any other opinion.
unilaterally declared black men free, and so the shackles of untold thousands suddenly shattered in unison.
No.
The problem with this assertion is that the Emancipation Proclamation didn't free a single slave. Process that for a beat. Not one!
Not true. And I think most anybody who has studied history even a tiny bit understands that the Emancipation Proclamation was a war measure. But this is Lincoln the pragmatist. This is Lincoln the politician. He knows what he can do and what he can't. And he uses this opportunity to hit the South economically, but it also gives him an opportunity to start the process of freeing slaves.
And the reason why is simple and admitted by both Lincoln and his entire cabinet. It only applied to the South, rebel territory, which Lincoln did not at that point control. In fact, at the time of the Emancipation Proclamation's issuance, the Union didn't control a whole hell of a lot. The war was going poorly.
The Union controlled the largest city in the South by far. New Orleans. New Orleans was like 7 times larger than any other city in the Confederacy, and the Union controlled it. So yeah, the Union controlled some important parts of the South at this point.
Despite outnumbering their Confederate adversaries in most major engagements, the Civil War to that point could best be categorized as several months of occasional victories bracketed by a ceaseless deluge of double-dong defeat. And given Lincoln's legendary penchant for micromanaging the military, the failure was disproportionately his. And the foreign press were beginning to speculate that if he suffered another Fredericksburg-scale defeat, the Confederates may well have the opportunity to demand concessions or outright surrender. I say this to provide what your history professors most likely did not.
Here's the problem, throwing Fredericksburg out there. Fredericksburg happened months after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued, so irrelevant.
Context. Issuing a proclamation freeing slaves in the growing number of territories Lincoln did not control is like the Pope declaring...
The growing number of territories Lincoln did not control?
Abortion cannot be banned by, say, the Mormon Church. Like, sure, that's Nate Francis, but we ain't exactly on the same Christmas card list here about something that actually affects the fucking most of us. More tellingly, the proclamation specifically stipulated that northern states, which already held slaves, got to keep them. And at least...
Yeah, we all know this, but the argument that it didn't free any slaves is ridiculous, because every time the Union armies moved into new Confederate territories, they had hundreds and sometimes thousands of what they called contraband, runaway slaves who ran to those armies. And as those armies took over those territories, those people who had formerly been enslaved were now free under the Emancipation Proclamation. So yes, it did matter, and yes, it did free people.
One state, West Virginia, was readmitted into the Union as a slave state. That would be surprising by itself for most, but even those long since red-pilled on Lincoln may not be aware that not only was the North exempted, but what few Confederate territories Lincoln was still barely hanging on to at the time were exempted. As in by name, as in by fucking county, even troubling himself to specify the exact borders of the area Lincoln would very much like to continue keeping human beings in bondage.
But here's the thing, there were ways around it. There's a reason for this, and those of us who understand history know that politically speaking, he had to do it this way. But this is more than anybody else had done to that point. And he also understood it was temporary. And it was a war measure, and that's why they so aggressively pursue the 13th Amendment in 1864. Because he knows as the war is starting to be won, there's got to be a more permanent solution.
Those who have read the actual text of the proclamation will note that there's an entire section delineated which individual regions of Union-occupied Louisiana were explicitly fucking exempt. The Emancipation Proclamation, emancipation not included. And before you expectorate the age-old apologist Chestnut, he was a man of his time, or that I'm applying contemporary critique to a man over a century dead and dusted, this was very much a prevailing view of Lincoln, even in his own time. Major newspapers, both in America and abroad, chided it as toothless posturing, and Lincoln's own Secretary of State...
Because those newspapers didn't understand the reality. First of all, Lincoln didn't have the power to do more than that. Let me get this straight. He's arguing that Lincoln was a tyrant who centralized power in the federal government. But now he's arguing that Lincoln should have done way more with the power that he had than he was legally entitled to do. He didn't have the power to free the slaves in the United States. He didn't have that authority. He did what he had the authority to do, or at least that he thought he had the authority to do. You're arguing against your own argument here.
William Seward mocked his own boss and his proclamation in a private letter saying, quote, "We show our sympathy with slavery by emancipating slaves where we cannot reach them and holding them in bondage where we could set them free." Unquote. But if it sounds like a limp law for chest-puffing purposes, I assure you, it's infinitely more nefarious than that. As I mentioned, the North was losing the war badly, like 15 straight months of losses, interrupted only by one minor victory and a single stalemate. Perhaps no...
They had captured New Orleans. They had taken Nashville. They had taken Forts Henry and Donelson. They had won the Battle of Shiloh. They had taken Corinth. They were starting to make inroads in other places. They were starting to move on Vicksburg. They were moving up the Mississippi River. This idea the North had just a win here and there, basically what he's doing is he's focusing on the East, and he's completely ignoring what was going on in the West.
No battle better typifies the state of miserable desperation President Lincoln found himself in when the document was drafted than the aforementioned Battle of Fredericksburg.
Which happened, let's see, the document was drafted in the summer of 1862. It was announced after the Battle of Antietam in September of 1862. October, November, December. 3 months later, you get the Battle of Fredericksburg.
For 8 hours on December 13th, 1862, the Union forces at Fredericksburg, under General Ambrose Burnside's command, had been decimated.
Again, this is irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
Troops.
Ambrose Burnside was beside himself on the evening of the battle that nothing had gone right from the outset. Nothing had even promised the victory that he had hoped for.
Where despite the Union outnumbering the Confederacy 121,000 to 80,000, the Union took more than 2 times the casualties and were forced into full retreat under cover of night. So when one member of the English press wrote that the Emancipation Proclamation was merely a matter of, quote, Lincoln playing his final card, no one understand they were A1 fucking right.
I already said it.
But if it wasn't about freeing slaves in the South, because it didn't, and Lincoln explicitly forbade freeing slaves in areas held by the Union, what the hell was it supposed to accomplish? Oh, nothing.
In areas already held by the Union, not new territories that they took.
Not much, just government-mandated rape and murder. See, with the bulk of fighting men away, fighting for the Confederacy in the South, the plantation's daily management, for the most part, fell to female members of the family. Wives, in particular. See where I'm going with this? Lincoln wasn't declaring Southern slaves free. He was telling them to rise up and murder the primarily female managerial class of said plantations.
Holy cow, dude, was that a stretch and a half? Okay, I expected to have some disagreements with him. I did not expect that this whole thing would basically just be invented out of thin air and that he would use arguments that are completely irrelevant to the points he's trying to make. This is pretty ridiculous stuff.
In the hopes that engineering a full-blown revolt would weaken economic production enough to give a much-needed edge to the Union in a time when they were losing. It wasn't so much a Hail Mary as a call to murder and fucking deflower her. A London newspaper, The Spectator, put it as plainly as anyone ever has while hanging a bow on the true motivation of every act in Lincoln's authoritarian oeuvre. Quote, "The principle is not that a human being cannot justly own another, but that he cannot own him if he is not loyal to the United States." The European press saw through it, and the few Northern journalists Lincoln hadn't already arrested did too. But the cult of Lincoln had long since assured your history teacher never will. Look, if the Civil War was truly fought over slavery, no one would be more surprised than veterans of the Union. Not because I say so, but because when the Emancipation Proclamation dropped, they did! Over 200,000 Northern troops deserted in protest over the next few months, with nearly as many draft dodgers. If the Civil War was fought over slavery, someone forgot...
There was no draft in 1862. The draft gets instituted later on in 63, long after the Emancipation Proclamation took effect. Okay, time out. I want to look at these numbers. Okay, so in March of 1863, there were 125,000 Union soldiers who were listed as away from their units with or without leave. And Lincoln at that point issued a general amnesty for them to return to their units. But there were a ton of reasons why people deserted that had nothing to do with slavery. We do know that, for example, in places like southern Illinois, some of the Illinois units actually kind of tried to mutiny when the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. But actually guys like John Logan came in, who was a general in Grant's army, and spoke to them and kind of calmed them down and got most of them to chill. So there were units from pro-slavery sections of the North where a lot of men did have an issue with the Emancipation Proclamation because they saw that as not why they signed up. They signed up to preserve the Union, which was Lincoln's very clear war aim at the beginning. But war changes things. It sorts them out, as Chamberlain says in Gods and Generals. But none of this has anything to do with it, because the argument is, and should be, that secession was because of slavery. It's not why Lincoln initially fought the war.
To tell the Union Army. Northern soldiers took to calling it the Negro Proclamation, and the citizenry and newspapers in the North were no kinder. Far from achieving the intended effect, not only did Southern slaves not engage in mass revolt, the immediate aftermath saw a race riot erupt in New York City to protest the proclamation's issuance, along with Lincoln's other unpopular law.
There was a draft riot. They were rioting against the draft. They took it out on free black men because of the complications of emancipation, but this was a draft riot. It was not a riot against the Emancipation Proclamation.
Conscription, which basically let Lincoln's wealthy political donors bribe their way out of compulsory military service. Do you like living in fear of the military draft? Be sure to thank Honest Abe for the privilege. Now, you contrast this with how Southern soldiers saw their role in why they were fighting.
Comes up the question of what we Southern soldiers fought for. My friends, as a boy of 16 and a half years old, I didn't think about any abolition of slavery.
Okay, so am I to understand that the way you're going to argue that the South was not fighting for slavery is you're going to pull out a random quote from a Confederate veteran 80 years after the war ended and say that that is representative of all soldiers? Again, why soldiers fought does not change why secession happened.
My mind wasn't developed enough to
this
take
is irrelevant
in what
again.
the politicians had in mind, and hence there was no trouble as to the freedom of the slaves. About half of the Negroes, my father's Negroes, left and went to Norfolk to be under, as they considered, protection, but another half, 40, 50 of them, remained damn cultivated.
Wait, so Julius Howell is saying that about half of the slaves they had left and went north to get freedom from the protection of the Union soldiers. I thought that the whole point was for them to rise up and kill their masters. You mean they just left and found freedom? So then the Emancipation Proclamation did work.
The crops until after the war. The South did not fight for the preservation or extension of slavery. General Lee,
zero truth to that.
As is well
None.
known, was making arrangements to free his Negroes, and his father-in-law had already drawn up a part of his will, free his Negroes. My friend, it was a great curse on this country that we had slavery, and I thank God that I did not bring up my boys and girls under a system of slavery under which I was brought under. What did you boys fight for then? Here's what a great many people do not know. That as a young man, I couldn't understand it fully. But I look back now and see my part in it and saw what we struggled for. And that was for states' rights.
There you go.
For states'
the states' right to what? What was the argument? What was the issue the states had with the federal government? What was it that they were worried the federal government was going to take away from them? What right specifically were they fighting over? It wasn't tariffs. This guy's whole argument is so unbelievably poorly constructed.
Right. And as many of you know, immediately after the war, the rights of the various states, well, especially in the South, were very much curtailed, if I may use that word.
To get back to that revolt, dwarfing the scale of the Summer of Love in January 6th, what do you figure freedom-loving Lincoln's response was to what remains the largest civil disturbance in U.S. history? Send thousands of recently defeated Fredericksburg troops to fire on their own citizens in the streets of New York, murdering at least 300. Although over a century later, we're still unclear on the true scale of the fucking fatalities.
Now, federal troops are available to put down the riots. Before dawn on Thursday, July 16th, 2 regiments of the New York National Guard returned to the city from Gettysburg. Thousands more troops will follow over the next few days. Dozens of innocent civilians have been killed, as well as soldiers and policemen. But no one knows how many rioters have fallen in the street battles.
Families who found themselves confronted with the realization that members of their own family had been involved proceeded to take the bodies, bury them in the backyard. And one of the most striking things about the aftermath was the astonishing number of bodies that were found floating in the rivers.
Have I reminded you lately that the military is not your friend? Not that it wasn't without provocation. This was somewhat of a heel program. And while it would be easy to paint the population as the leering racist bad guys for the lynchings and looting to follow, understand that Lincoln...
All right, so first he points out that a lot of black people were murdered and lynched, which is absolutely true, during these riots. But then he's criticizing the soldiers that were sent to stop them from doing that. You can't take both sides of the argument. And again, none of this has anything to do with why the war was fought.
Expressed the same sentiments both before and after the election. The draft riots were, in essence, a series of anti-black and anti-Republican crimes perpetrated by an army of mini Lincolns. The North was Lincoln, having not received a single electoral vote outside of it, and thus it cannot be stressed enough that the North hated black people. In Lincoln's home state of Illinois, thanks to a series of discriminatory edicts, blacks weren't even legally allowed to live there, and many of those laws were passed when Lincoln was a state congressman, and he voted for every single fucking one. French writer, poet, and legend of political science Alexis de Tocqueville wrote after his travels as a diplomat in America that he believed slavery was far more brutal in the North than in the South, a not at all uncommon opinion among observers from Europe, might I add. Now, as the Civil War raged, European powers who had long ago ended slavery peacefully began...
Spain might have something to say about that. Their empire still had slavery for a long time after this.
...to worry about trading with a slave state, so they dispatched envoys to assess the violent nature of slavery stateside. Every single one determined slavery was a more brutal practice by far in the North than it was in the South, with none other than New Jersey singled out as the worst place in the world to live as a slave. And Lincoln embodied all of it. Hell, Abraham Lincoln's father, Thomas, worked as a fucking slave catcher.
So now we're going to criticize Abraham Lincoln for who his father was and what his father did? Man, that's dangerous when you start, attacking people for what people did long ago that they had no choice in.
Which perhaps brings into focus quotes such as the following. Quote, "I have no purpose to introduce political and social equality between the white and black races. There is a physical difference between the two, which in my judgment will probably forever forbid their living together upon the footing of equality. And inasmuch as it becomes a necessity that there be a difference, I, as well as Judge Douglas, am in favor of the race to which I belong, having the superior position."
This is all very well known about Abraham Lincoln, and none of this. You could be of the belief that whites were superior to blacks, which I think probably most white people in the North felt that way. I'm not defending it, but I'm saying that was a pretty common opinion. Not everyone felt that way. You can be of that opinion and still hate slavery and still oppose slavery and still believe slavery should be abolished. And Lincoln was very well known to have, once he abolished slavery, he was also trying to make plans to deport or to relocate freed slaves to places like Liberia, Central America, because he never believed it was going to be possible for them to coexist with white people. Not defending it. But again, that doesn't mean Lincoln didn't oppose slavery.
I have never said anything to the contrary. Unfucking quote. And lest you argue that that was ancient-ass history by the time of the Civil War, that quote is from the 1858 senatorial debate in Ottawa, Illinois, just a couple years before Lincoln was stinking up the White House. It's often alleged by Lincoln's increasingly irrational defense force that to believe Lincoln was a supporter of slavery, you have to cherry-pick quotes. But truth is, when you dig into his personal and political history, you have to cherry-pick the fuck around them to arrive at any other viable conclusion. Prior to the war, Abraham Lincoln supported the Corwin Amendment, an alteration of the Constitution that would have made the institution of slavery permanent and inviolable per the founding document of the country. With the full support of a Republican Congress, this amendment had every vote required to pass with ease. The South, nevertheless, seceded, almost as if the Civil War wasn't primarily about slavery or something. Lincoln's opposition to...
On the contrary, that proves that it was about slavery, because the Corwin Amendment was a last-ditch attempt to keep the country from plunging into civil war by assuring the South that the North was not trying to abolish slavery in the existing states. It was an attempt to keep them in the Union by promising they could keep their slaves. That 100% proves that they understood in the North that this was about slavery. That's why the Corwin Amendment was passed.
Freeing slaves was demonstrated numerous times, not only in the Senate, but during his own presidency. In 1861, Union General John Fremont, while waging a war against a guerrilla force in Missouri, enacted martial law, which, as a matter of pure routine in other such instances to that point, afforded the Union Army the right of expropriation of Confederate property.
So John C. Fremont was the 1856 Republican nominee for president. He basically, even according to people like Grant and others, said that Fremont basically saw himself as a dictator on the frontier, that he could basically do whatever the heck he wanted, and he was operating that way. He was operating without authority, and Lincoln was quashing that. That is not an argument to be made that Lincoln was opposed to freeing slaves.
That means legal looting. Fremont drafted what is, in essence, a forerunner of the Emancipation Proclamation, and he did so mere months before Lincoln himself drafted the very same document. Not out of any antipathy towards slavery, mind you, but because in the North, as in the South, slaves were lumped in with an estate. As economist Thomas Sowell once pointed out.
So your argument is that there's an equality that somehow, all right, let me see if I understand this right. John C. Fremont issues an Emancipation Proclamation out in Missouri? Some rogue general doing what he wants. That was to be commended, but Lincoln, he put that down, right? And then issued his own, which you've just spent 10, 15 minutes telling me was worthless and pointless and really was just about murdering white women.
Pointed out, slaves were taken as part of a plantation property itself. Hence why Thomas Jefferson, who wanted to free his slaves, was only able to free around 9 of them at tremendous personal cost. Because if your plantation was in debt, and Jefferson's absolutely was, you technically didn't own your own property, and thus you could not legally free your slaves. Only your lender at the bank could do that. General John Fremont had to free the Missouri slaves to pave the way for stealing their property. Contrary to the cultists who will argue Fremont overstepped his authority, this had been done a half-dozen times in only the year leading up to this occurrence. What makes this encounter unique is that not only did Lincoln specifically demand the provision provision that liberated slaves be removed, he removed Fremont from fucking command. In fact, it was in...
Again, because Fremont was operating without authority, doing things he was told not to do, and he was issuing laws and doing things like this. He didn't have the right to do that. And this was a northern state. This was a state that was still in the Union, and they had to be very, very careful about what they were doing, or else Missouri could have gone over to the Confederacy.
In response to criticism over this very act from his own side, that Lincoln was compelled to write a letter addressing it to the New York Tribune's Horace Greeley, from which emerged the fabled quote you'll often see fallaciously cited by leering Lincolnites, waxing pragmatic about how it was all just really to preserve the Union. And I quote, "If I could preserve the Union without freeing a single slave, I would do it."
We know this already. All this proves is that Lincoln's primary war aim when the war started was to preserve the Union. Nobody's ever disputed that.
Quote, that the Union was already dissolved by Lincoln when he made it effectively involuntary under penalty of arrest, deportation, or death, failed to make the fucking article. Ironically, this oft-cited quote is an explicit contradiction of Lincoln's myriad prior statements, which asserted that the president has no constitutional authority to act on the issue of slavery.
Which is why he said, if I could preserve the Union by doing this. He wasn't saying, I can preserve the Union by doing this.
Meaning that essentially, with this single newspaper quote, Lincoln just publicly declared himself dictator. Be sure to mention that when the everything he did was to preserve the Union yahoos dust this dog shit quote off and shove it in your face as some manner of facile counter-argument. It's like if someone asked you for evidence Hitler really dug the shit out of Jews, so you hand him a copy of Mein Kampf. And speaking of dictators...
Now, I will say this before he dives into this part. I would say that if one is going to make any arguments against Abraham Lincoln as a great president, this is where you hit him, is with some of the stuff that he did during the Civil War, believing he was doing what was in the best interest of preserving the country, but that many people would argue, and many people argued at the time, especially the Democrats, were the acts of a tyrant, the acts of a dictator. And I will not take a strong opinion in defending Lincoln for some of this stuff, because I do agree that he overstepped his power in some ways.
Not cutting. Truth of the matter is, Abraham Lincoln was America's very first dictator. Many such mongoloids in academia make the more elevated argument that he was like a benevolent king.
One of the things I don't like about this guy, and he just gave a perfect example of it there, probably some of the same reasons that I don't like Atten Shea, is that I feel like if you're going to make... I get it. It's sensationalism. It gets clicks. It gets people to like your videos. Maybe it's just a matter of a differing approach to these things. But when you start insulting people who take a differing opinion, or when you start the entire video by basically saying, my opinion is the only correct one in this situation, you kind of lose me a little bit. And when you start with like stuff like calling people mongoloids, it's not just inappropriate, it's downright wrong. But
which frankly is a spin so charitable it ought to be fucking tax exempt. Under the Magna Carta, the King or Queen of England could suspend habeas corpus, meaning the requirement to be told what you're being charged with and provided with legal counsel only through an act of Parliament. The many mean monkeys who giddily tongue Abe's top hat bedecked balls will often enjoin that James Madison himself suspended habeas corpus, to which I respond with a full-throated bull fucking shit he did. During the War of 1812, habeas corpus was indeed suspended for a specified duration when and only when Congress voted for it. The only thing James Madison did was not fucking veto it, even upon the urging of the more statist inclined that he do so unilaterally and immediately. He went out of his way to specifically declaim the authority to do so. Lincoln, meanwhile, knew better than the father of the Constitution. He circumvented Congress entirely and suspended habeas corpus his own damn self, then set upon the enterprise of deporting his political enemies in the North or jailing them for infractions as minor as neglecting to include a prayer for Abraham Lincoln at the beginning of a public church service, as no shit the Lincoln administration required by what they construed as law for the duration of his despotic administration.
I thought he argued a little while ago in the first part of my reaction that Lincoln was an atheist. Why would he require prayer? All right, so I want to dive into this one a little bit because I feel like there's something missing in what he's telling us here. Okay, so I just spent the last 20 minutes trying to find some record somewhere of someone being arrested for not including a public prayer of Lincoln. I'm not arguing it didn't happen, because I can't, you can't necessarily disprove something just because you can't find it. I just couldn't find any record of it. I wish he would have included some kind of source where that was specifically stated. You guys help me out. If you know of this issue, please help me out and use the comment section below and let me know who the person was and what the circumstances were, because I feel like there was probably more to the story than that. Estimates are that somewhere around 15,000 Americans were arrested at one time or another by the Lincoln administration in some form, but we don't know the circumstances of every one of those and what they were, but that definitely happened.
Folks, Lincoln wasn't a king, whatever the literally sitting on a fucking throne Lincoln monument might suggest, let alone the post-death portrait commissioned by Congress portraying an angelic Abraham Lincoln ascending to heaven, flanked by fucking cherubs on the taxpayer's dime.
Okay, but I could pull up the same kind of stuff for George Washington and a whole bunch of other people, and arguing that he's a tyrant because the people who made the Washington Monument 60 years after Lincoln died put him on something that looks like a throne. These are not arguments in favor. Stick to the facts, right? Don't stick to stuff like this to try and make your case.
Folks, at the time, understand this. Lincoln had more power than any king, and a greater tendency by far for authoritarianism. Secretary of State William Seward would later be heard bragging to British diplomats that he had more authority to jail his enemies than the Queen herself.
Well, the Queen didn't have any power by this point. She was a constitutional monarch who had very little real power. That is not an argument. The president today has more power to jail people than the King of England does.
Sadly, only European papers had the pendulous balls to publish that quote. No one put it more plainly than Ohio Congressman Clement L. Vallandigham, who in famous reply to Abraham Lincoln's State of the Union address enjoined that Abraham Lincoln's assumption of illusory war powers was, quote, a dangerous violation of the Constitution, which this civil war is professedly waged to support.
Clement Vallandigham was the head of the Copperheads. He was literally deported out of the country because he was leading rebellion against the United States from within the government. That's not a guy I'd be quoting to make my case.
And the declaring war without a congressional vote was, quote, the kind of dictatorial act which would have cost any English sovereign his head at any time.
He couldn't declare war because it wasn't a foreign country. You couldn't get a declaration of war against your own people. He was putting down a rebellion, an armed rebellion. They had fired on a fort, okay? They had fired the first shots of this war. For months leading up to the war, the Secretary of War, John Floyd, was diverting federal military resources into southern forts and southern warehouses and storehouses, knowing that they were building up to a rebellion.
Time within the last 200 years, unquote. Abraham Lincoln disproved both these assertions by having General Burnside march troops to his front doorstep and deport him to Canada for the crime of criticism. I should add that most of his speech was devoted to criticizing Lincoln's tax policy.
So here's what I find interesting about this. He's quoting Clement Vallandigham in a video in which he's arguing that the Civil War was not about slavery. But let's listen to Clement Vallandigham's own words on the topic. He described the present war as a wicked, cruel, and unnecessary war, a war not being waged for the preservation of the Union, a war for the purpose of crushing out liberty and erecting a despotism, a war for the freedom of the blacks and the enslavement of the whites. And that if the administration had so wished, the war could have been honorably terminated months ago. So what he's talking about here when he said Burnside went to his front door, Ambrose Burnside was in charge of the Department of the Ohio. And he had issued General Order Number 38, which made it illegal in his department to criticize the war, which obviously we all, I think, would agree is overstepping your bounds, to ban free speech. But let's point out here that free speech is not legal in places like England, right? So if I put something racist on a social media account in England, I could be arrested for that. Here, that would make me an idiot and a horrible human being, but it would not be a crime. So that's kind of what leads to all this. And so Vallandigham, by this point, has been voted out of Congress, and he's speaking out strongly against the government. And that's when Burnside goes and has him arrested. It says Lincoln, who considered Vallandigham a wily agitator, was wary of making him a martyr to the Copperhead cause, and on May 19th, 1863, ordered him sent through the enemy lines to the Confederacy. While he was within Confederate lines, Vallandigham said, "I am a citizen of Ohio and of the United States. I am here within your lines by force and against my will. I therefore surrender myself to you as a prisoner of war." He was sent to Wilmington, North Carolina by President Davis and was briefly put under guard as an alien enemy. So Lincoln writes to several congressmen offering to revoke Vallandigham's deportation order if they would agree to support certain policies of the administration. So yeah, it's a lot more complicated than he's making it, and it certainly was not a situation where Lincoln sent Burnside to Vallandigham's front door and had him deported to Canada. There's a lot more to it than that.
He wasn't deporting traitors. He was deporting and arresting political opponents.
True.
But assuming acolytes of the Lincoln cult even acknowledged Lincoln was a dictator at all, they inevitably argue the top-hatted titwag had ample logical justification to assume dictator powers. In short, it were war and he inherited it. Two problems with that. One, Lincoln inherited a secession crisis. He created a fucking war. And two...
Oh, did he fire the first shot? Did his military fire the first shots?
...to the provision in the Constitution that allows for fucking wartime presidential powers at all. I'll wait. The problem with exculpating Abe's autocracy on the basis that he had wartime presidential powers is that wartime presidential powers were a fiction fucking invented by Abraham Lincoln.
So much of the executive today is invented by a president, right? A lot of things, presidents just looked at the Constitution and interpreted what they believed they could do. And Congress has done the same thing, and so has the Supreme Court. All three branches of government have taken on powers and authority and abilities that were not explicitly granted to them in the Constitution. And then they basically challenged the other two branches to check their powers, to use their checks and balance. And a lot of that did happen during the American Civil War. The courts did try to check Lincoln. They had done the same thing to people like Andrew Jackson, who he keeps quoting in here. Andrew Jackson, who famously was ordered by the Supreme Court to do something and then said, well, they made their ruling, now let's see them enforce it. So if anything, you want to argue first dictator, I'd say Andrew Jackson was.
Congress, not the commander-in-chief, may assume or confer wartime powers in the event of emergency. James Madison never invoked war powers when New England refused to participate in the War of 1812, effectively seceding from their official obligations in that conflict. Yet, wonder of wonders, Honest Abe found him just lying around through all...
Oh, did some state in New England fire on a federal fort? Don't remember that.
A barkingly batshit interpretation of the Constitution that construes the president's duty to, quote, take care that laws be faithfully executed, with the president becoming the law lest his subjects be faithfully executed.
So, one other thing I want to point out, let's go back to, if you're arguing that using troops to go after rebellious citizens is a dictatorial thing to do, George Washington, as President of the United States, led an army in the field and marched on southwestern Pennsylvania to put down a whiskey rebellion. Thankfully, it never came to a lot of people being killed in that situation.
Lincoln doesn't have the "it was war" defense because it wasn't one until his actions upon assuming the office, and he doesn't have a wartime powers defense on account of he fucking invented them. Lincoln felt he knew better what the founders meant than even the fucking founders did.
Every president, well, not every, Many presidents have had that attitude. I'm not defending Lincoln arresting a bunch of people and then holding them without trial and without charge. That was wrong, and it should be stated that it was. But these are not the arguments to make beyond that.
Assuming his non-existent emergency powers unilaterally and without consent of Congress, secure in the knowledge that the radical Republicans, under perhaps the only man more authoritarian than himself, Thaddeus Stevens, would cover his bony ass. And oh, did they ever. Months after the fact, Abraham Lincoln already having ascended to downright dictatorship, Stevens convened a session of the Senate to finally vote whether to grant him the emergency powers he was...
Thaddeus Stevens was in the House, not the Senate. And he didn't have the power to convene anything because he wasn't the Speaker of the House. So none of that is true. But what I think he's about to argue here is that the House, that Congress granted Lincoln those powers. Okay then. So yeah, Lincoln got a little ahead of himself, but then the House backed him up. So if your argument is that Congress has that authority, not the president, well, Congress used that authority.
Already abusing. Opening by stating that as Abraham Lincoln had already invoked those powers without their permission, the motion to grant them would therefore be assumed to have passed, then immediately adjourned the session and sneered as political opponents of the act, who may well have outnumbered the yay votes, might I add, made passionate but impotent pleas excoriating Abraham Lincoln and his political pawns for violating the Constitution. And I doubt very much if Thaddeus Stevens and the radical Republicans feared for their safety, as he was no doubt aware of the Secretary of State's new secret police, you heard that correctly, who were well armed and within earshot should the protests turn violent. And speaking of which, anyone who knows anything about Alaska will doubtless have a more than passing familiarity with William Seward. But long before he was spending way too much of our money acquiring Canada's mini fridge in Alaska, Seward launched a faltering...
Canada's mini fridge. Okay.
Bid to secure the Republican nomination, which Lincoln would later inhabit, spawning the conciliatory gesture of making Seward his Secretary of State. Even a middling student of history likely knows all that. What most do not is that Seward was also the fucking Himmler of the Lincoln cabinet.
Seward was also one of the strongest abolitionists in Lincoln's cabinet.
After Lincoln's unilateral assertion that he possessed emergency powers enumerated precisely fucking nowhere in the Constitution, and with pro-secession sentiment reaching a fever pitch in the North, given the tight business ties between New York entrepreneurs and their trading partners in the South, Seward set out forming a secret police whose stated goal was to suss out, and I quote, disloyalty. But functionally speaking, they were professional quashers of dissent. Period. Praise Jefferson Davis. Better hope your Republican neighbor didn't overhear. With habeas corpus suspended, you can and will be arrested without trial. And many, many were. We all know about the Southern secession, but there was very nearly a central confederacy to go along with it, largely comprised of non-slaveholding border states such as Maryland, who sympathized with Southern grievances like the abrogation of the right of secession and excessive tariffs and taxation. So aggrieved were the residents of Maryland that the state legislature began holding debates on the merits of seceding themselves. Lincoln flipped his fucking shit. The legislature acceded to his wishes and publicly declared they would not be voting on secession. Only for totally not a dictator Abraham Lincoln to arrest the entire state legislature of the state of Maryland all the same, those who didn't fucking flee anyway. A Maryland judge determined the president was not within his constitutional authority to do any of the above, a judgment which Lincoln elected to leave on red, and did it anyway. The local press pitched a fucking fit, with one editorial.
Let's remember, too, that a mob of citizens fired on federal troops marching through Baltimore on their way to Washington. Here's the thing, and this is why it's so complicated. Yes, did Lincoln overstep his authority? Absolutely. But there's no other presidency you can compare to Lincoln to where you can say, well, look how Lincoln handled a armed rebellion by a third of the nation, compared to how other people dealt with it. Lincoln was in Washington, D.C. Right across the river was Confederate Virginia. Right on the opposite side is Maryland. A Maryland that is pro-slavery, that has a mob of citizens that have fired on federal troops already. It was a desperate situation, and there's a reason why the Constitution allows for the suspension of habeas corpus during times of rebellion, because the Constitution, the framers, recognized that a time of rebellion is a very unique situation in which certain freedoms that are otherwise granted to citizens have to be taken away in order to be to deal with that situation. So they recognized that, and Lincoln just took that and kind of pushed the boundaries of it.
Penning a scathing indictment in the pages of the Baltimore Exchange, deploring the president for his autocratic proclivities. He was immediately imprisoned, and he was in good company. Over the coming year, an estimated 13,000 political opponents and journalist critics in the North would be arrested without charge or affordance of trial. That editorialist's name? Francis Key Howard, grandson of American icon Francis Scott Key, the lawyer and poet who famously authored the Star-Spangled Banner while witnessing the English assault on none other than Fort McHenry, the very same fort that his grandson and thousands of others were now held in without charge or legal counsel for months on end, all for the crime of criticizing the president in print. Honest Abe, ladies and gentlemen. Incidentally, Howard's incarceration would provide the subject for the book 14 Months in American Bastilles, which, despite the unceasing suckfest for Abraham Lincoln in years since, somehow managed to be housed in the Library of Congress, presumably when less totalitarian heads later prevailed. But for the time being, the crackdown had begun. The anti-Führer furor reached such white-hot pitch in the state of Maryland that an anti-Lincoln third party hit the ballots hard. And in the event you're still reeling from our more recent forays into electoral fortification, you may be interested to note that Seward, under direct orders from Abraham Lincoln, had all opposition party ballots color-coded so that they could be taken to a neutral location and presumably fucking burned. And that's if they even got a goddamn vote, as Honest Abe ordered the government to print posters urging all citizens to point out Peace Party activists to Seward's secret police.
So like I said, I don't disagree with his views on Lincoln on this particular topic, so I'm not going to really interrupt him too much unless I hear him say something I know is categorically wrong. And some of this stuff, like the color-coded ballot thing he's talking about, I don't know one way or the other, because honestly, that's the first time I've ever heard that. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
And thus an appalling number of Baltimore citizens were arrested while carrying the wrong color ballot. The official charge, you inquire? And I quote, polluting the ballot box. And you thought Baltimore was corrupt on the fucking wire. In the time of Lincoln, long before the internet or fucking phones, there were two primary methods of communicating information: newspapers and the telegraph. Abraham Lincoln censored them both. And we're not talking, an intercept here, a false message there. I'm talking full bore. Lincoln made a list of over 100 newspapers in the North that had been critical of himself, and then ordered the Postmaster General to refuse them fucking mail service. New York papers in particular were singled out in censorious fashion. The New York Daily News, owned by Ben Wood, brother of Fernando Wood, then mayor of New York City, himself an incisive critic of old Abe, elected to apply some Aikido to the problem. He paid for private couriers and delivery services to dispense his paper to each and every customer on the route. Lincoln ordered federal marshals to arrest them. The paper went out of business within 6 fucking months. By late 1861, virtually every one of the hundreds of newspapers all across the country critical of Lincoln had been shuttered or silenced, even at the times with the aid of military force. And whatever newspapers could not be cowed with threats or outright imprisoned due to personal or political connections, unknown mobs of ransackers who looked an awful lot like William Seward's secret police with potato sacks on their skulls simply broke the fuck in and pulverized their printing press with sledgehammers and pickaxes. Hell, sometimes they didn't even trouble.
All right, so unless you've got proof that these were paid government agents doing this, you could just as easily argue that these were just people who the same kind of stuff happened during the American Revolution. People did similar things to pro and anti-crown publications. This kind of stuff happens in Civil War, which is what the Revolution was in many ways. So it sounds to me like he's pinning this on them without any real evidence of that. Stick to the facts. There's plenty to hit Lincoln and his administration with real facts without speculation.
To disguise themselves. When the Democratic Standard in Washington, D.C. dared discuss Abraham Lincoln's micromanagement and military blunders during the First Battle of Manassas, uniformed military barged the fuck in the front door and set fire to the building during working hours. Something you have to understand about the Civil War is that it did not go well for the Union initially, and as fatality figures went from rough to awful to biblically butt-fucking bad, the so-called Peace Party became ever more vocal in the North. Crucially, most of the censorship described in this video occurred long the fuck before that. Contrary to the cunts who allege Abraham was a man made for his time, a humble individual turned tyrant in response to events beyond his ken, the historical record is transparently clear. This was an authoritarian in waiting, ever vigilant for a sufficient excuse to honor the rigors of his repugnant programming. His earliest political statements, stretching back to the 1840s, assert the need for central planning and the strong arm of authoritarian government. Hell, in his introductory speech upon achieving his first ever political office, Lincoln said, quote, "I am humble Abraham Lincoln. My politics are short and sweet like the old woman's dance. I am in favor of a national bank, in favor of the internal improvement system, see business bailouts and mercantilism, and a high protective tariff."
None of that is evidence of a authoritarian tyrant. Those are the politics of the day. That is a strong central government. Something that quite a few other presidents were in favor of. Something that Abraham Lincoln was in favor of. I mean, not Abraham Lincoln. George Washington was in favor of. Was he a tyrant?
Unquote. The Civil War did not make him that way. Abraham Lincoln helped make the Civil War. Stop fucking praising him for it, or you'll keep getting more of the same. Under circumstances such as these, it's remarkable there were any more northern newspapers willing to criticize the president at all. The fact that there were hundreds speaks to the deep and abiding resentment of Lincoln's dictatorial behavior, even under threat of destitution, execution, or imprisonment.
No, that's the fact that there were hundreds isn't evidence of that. You got to remember, at this time in history, newspapers had a very strong partisan slant to them. The idea of news as this like impartial communicator of the facts that we have today, or at least that they claim to be today, did not exist at this time. Many of these newspapers were called like the Democrat or the Republican or the Whig. Like they were intentionally, specifically in favor of one party or one ideology. And so, yeah, newspapers that were Democratic newspapers were going to criticize him no matter what. Even if he hadn't done any of this stuff, they would have been critical of him. So saying that there were hundreds of newspapers speaking out against him, yeah. And there were hundreds more that were speaking out for him.
If you are a defender of Abraham Lincoln's assumption of dictatorial powers to preserve the Union, there is one inexplicable and indefensible fact that simply will not die. If Abraham Lincoln's cause was ending slavery rather than preserving a territorial and taxation monopoly, then why, with all the powers at his disposal, did he never use one of them to force manumission or compensated emancipation of slaves?
Because he didn't have the power to do that. He didn't have the authority to do that. So I would throw the question back at him. If he was the dictator you say he is, if he was the one who ignored the Constitution anytime he wanted to, why didn't he use it to do that when he was pushing through the 13th Amendment, when he was very obviously speaking strongly at the end of his life in favor of things like black people having the right to vote and having full freedom and citizenship?
Policies that worked in Europe 2 decades before the American Civil War was even a distant danger. If he had the dictatorial power to raise an army with a draft, jail journalists, shutter newspapers, arrest judges, and deport his political adversaries, he had the power to force through the same policy that freed slaves in under 6 years in England, and did so without firing a fucking shot.
The policy that freed the slaves in England in the 1830s was passed by Parliament. It wasn't instituted by, would have been King William IV at the time. It wasn't instituted by some dictator saying, this is the way it's going to be. Their legislature passed it. When Congress passed it, they did it in the United States with the 13th Amendment.
And there's only one answer. He didn't want to free slaves.
He couldn't.
And saving the Union was the code word he used interchangeably to obfuscate his true agenda, the accretion of centralized government power. And only a war against his...
You can criticize the acts, the arrests, things like that. Now you're into speculation. Now you're into projection. Now you're saying, well, I know that's what he said, but here's what he really wanted.
His own citizens could perform that feat. What occurred in America is not at all unique. While Europe ended slavery peacefully by buying out slave owners, some countries instead used abolition, even after opposing it, just as Lincoln did, as a convenient method of organizing resistance to seize the levers of power. Nations like Colombia, Venezuela, not the coziest of company, I'd add, but it's a greater insult to the countries in question, frankly. The bloodshed in Venezuela and Colombia's anti-slavery uprisings, which likewise expanded state power inexorably thereafter, never for a moment rose to the level Lincoln prescribed. He alone was willing to war with half his country, and yet...
First of all, it wasn't half the country. It was a third of the country. And it was actually, when you talk about the white population who weren't owning other people, or who owned other people, you're about a fourth of the country's population.
It's Lincoln's only company. Aspiring tin pot authoritarians from Central and South America who use slavery as a cudgel to crumple their constitution and enact their own statist vision. Welcome home, Honest Abe. To even begin to entertain the fiction that Lincoln was a liberator in private and a despot in public only for the benefit of exigency or public sentiment, you not only have to dismiss decades of public and private statements, not to mention presidential actions which repeated...
None of the statements that you have showed me in this 46 minutes of this video have proven the things you're arguing. The statements you're pulling out just demonstrate a pretty rank and file Whig, not a authoritarian despot.
Contradict that imaginary aim, but much more tellingly, you have to willfully ignore the only consistent position of Abraham Lincoln's life: his complete, undeviating dedication to subjugating the American people to the centralizing hand of the federal government. It's the only thing in his entire career he's consistent about, and it's the one thing Lincoln's army of apologists refused to even momentarily consider. Maybe Lincoln didn't wage war with half the country so he could free slaves he expressed public contempt for, while European powers did so peacefully. Maybe he didn't lock up opposition journalists because it was wartime and he had a union to save. Maybe, just maybe, he did it to employ the same remedy he prescribed for every other ill afflicting America: unbridled, abject authoritarianism.
He didn't prescribe that for any of those things. You're making that up and you're cherry picking quotes, and even the quotes that you're using don't say that.
Was Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Put it this way: Benito Mussolini's black shirts would pluck a page from Honest Abe and do the exact same thing to their most visible journalist critics in their ascent to power, and I don't know many who contend old Benny Spaghetti weren't a fucking dictator. Out there will doubtless be sneering and mid-wit mockery about how I wish Trump had done that, but this wasn't the modern corporate press, you half-smart simps. These were homegrown local papers. This was less like Trump calling the New York Times his bluff, and much more like Biden strong-arming social media to silence his critics using the FBI as a bludgeon. Newspapers being, after all, the social media of their era. Careful what you wish the fuck for. You might already have it.
Okay, I got no problem with that quote.
The black heart of the Civil War holds an even more darksome truth by far. As I've previously intimated, not only was it not waged to end the enterprise of slavery, it was arguably only peripherally waged even to preserve the territorial and tax monopoly they held during a time of financial crisis in the North. Look, in a central philosophical context, the real reason the Civil War was waged was to end the heretofore universally acknowledged right of secession, something Lincoln...
Universally acknowledged right of secession. Show me evidence it was universally acknowledged as a right. Show it to me. Where is it?
His most ardent defenders are inevitably forced to argue does not exist in order to absolve their neck-bearded Buddha of culpability. The Union, they argue, was voluntary to join, sure, but inviolable once entered into, and thus all the tyranny, all the unjustified jailings, the establishment of a secret police, indeed the Civil War itself, is all permissible under the proviso that he did it all to save the Union. This despite 3 separate states reserving the right to secede when they joined, including at least one, Virginia, who had that written into their state's declarative document. The Union of the Founding Fathers was voluntary. Lincoln didn't save that Union.
All right, I got to call out that one because of his claim about states reserving the right to secede in their founding documents. So here you go. The claim that Virginia, Maryland, or Rhode Island reserved in their ratification instruments a right of secession is false. Maryland said nothing on the subject, and although states' rights feeling was particularly strong in Virginia and Rhode Island, neither of those states asserted a right of secession either. On the contrary, the Virginia ratification instrument acknowledged expressly that, quote, the powers granted under the Constitution were, quote, derived from the people of the United States. And Rhode Island instrument stated that, quote, that all power is naturally vested in and consequently derived from the people. Both Virginia and Rhode Island acknowledged the general right of revolution against an oppressive government, but both asserted that right for the people, not for the states. A proposed statement on the general right of revolution was rejected by the Maryland Convention. You can read the ratification acts, so on, click there. So the idea of revolting against a oppressive government does not back up seceding because the guy you didn't want got elected to be president of the United States, which is what happened in the South.
He fucking murdered it. And then he turned it into a Soviet one. Though that's actually a bit of an insult to the Soviets, seeing as on at least one occasion they actually allowed states to secede without fucking murdering them. If we accord with Lincoln's interpretation...
In 1991, after there had already been a coup, they allowed it.
Union is voluntary and immutable once enjoined, then the New England secessionists refusing to send men in arms to fight during the War of 1812 would have qualified as sedition. Yet as we've already established, James Madison, president at the time, and I'd remind you, father of the Constitution, specifically refused his right to suspend habeas corpus without an act of Congress, and most importantly, did not raise the largest standing army ever seen in human history to that point, and proceed to murder 500,000 of his countrymen with it.
Again, no states in the North fired on a federal fort armed with soldiers in rebellion, and none of those states left the Union. You cannot compare the two.
And really, the reasons for secession are immaterial. South, East, West, or Northeast, all of them could have seceded, citing any reason whatsoever, from a steady train of abuses and usurpations.
That is totally his opinion. There's no basis in fact for him to say, any of them could have seceded anytime they wanted to. It was totally okay, and everyone understood that. No, they didn't.
The inborn desire to erect a utopia for baby blue fucking Smurfs and still be in the constitutional right. As a great American president once said, quote, any people, anywhere, being inclined and having the power, have the right to rise up and shake off the existing government and form a new one that suits them better. This is a most valuable, a most sacred right, a right which we hope and believe is to liberate the world. Nor is this right confined to cases in which the whole people of an existing government may choose to exercise it. Any portion of such people that can, may revolutionize and make their own of so much of the territory as they inhabit,
Jefferson.
as set on January 12th, 1848 by Jefferson. Oh shit, that was Abraham fucking Lincoln, wasn't it? Lest you believe that was a one-off, old Abe himself later appeared to reverse position on the subject of secession.
Wait a second now, because we have been pulling out quote after quote after quote from Lincoln to argue that what he said in 1832, well, we know that's who he really was. But wait, you just pulled a quote from the 1840s, and you're saying we should just completely discount that.
When he helped set up a Republican puppet state in the western half of Virginia in 1864 and incite them to what? Secede! Unfortunately for him, it was
not true at all. He didn't set it up. Those are the people who lived there. And what they were doing was not seceding from Virginia. They were saying, we don't support seceding from the Union. We choose to remain in the Union. Not the same thing.
Was also unconstitutional, as the federal government has no constitutional authority to simply make a seceding state. Governments are explicitly defined as being created by the people within said region. His own Attorney General, Edward Bates, said as much. In fact, much of the more vivid accounts of Abraham Lincoln's tyranny comes not from some imaginary Southern straw man shrieking lost cause slogans across the cotton fields, but from people in Abe's own administration. In fact, if one goes categorically through the Declaration of Independence to the so-called train of abuses Jefferson and the Funky Bunch claimed they'd suffered under English occupation, well, let's just say the slightest of patterns emerges. Point number one, King George abolished their representation and installed English minders, effectively regional dictators, to oversee incompliant colonies. Sorta kinda like the martial law conquered southern territories labored under, or the outright military dictatorships that ruled over the southern United States for another, 12 titty fucking years after the Civil War.
So now we're gonna argue that Reconstruction was unconstitutional and illegal. Literally the only thing that kept mass numbers of freed slaves from being just re-enslaved.
War. Point number two, the King of England leaned on or removed judges until they complied with his political will. You know, like when Lincoln arrested a federal judge for criticizing his assumption of imaginary dictator powers while suspending habeas corpus. Point number three, the King of England created new bureaucratic offices from whole cloth while sending, quote, swarms of officers to harass the people and eat their sustenance. Like, Abraham Lincoln's bureaucratic hydra that oversaw Southern affairs even long after his death. And as for swarms of soldiers, would you consider, say, a secret police that at one point was ordered to fire upon and murder hundreds of New York protesters during the draft riots to beat all...
It wasn't secret police. That was the military sent to put down a rebellion, a riot that was happening in one of the largest cities.
Swarm-like? What about General Benjamin Butler, who ordered that, quote, any Southern woman failing to show the proper respect to Union soldiers would be regarded as a prostitute and treated like one?
You could argue those women were guilty of assault, though. They were throwing stuff out of windows on Union soldiers, and that was what he was responding to. And this was during a military occupation where martial law was in force in New Orleans. And he was a Democrat, by the way, Benjamin Butler.
But I wonder what he meant by that. I mean, you could go point by point down the Declaration, keeping armies among the people. Well, if by keeping you mean arresting and fucking killing, then sure, rendering the military independent of the citizenry. Well, Lincoln sure as shit instituted the draft, didn't he? Soldiers quartering among us, cutting off all trade, imposing taxes without consent. Point by...
I had to stop because... He's said it multiple times now in this video. He keeps talking about Lincoln instituting the draft, and the implication being that Lincoln just somehow unilaterally used dictatorial powers to start drafting Americans. That is not the case. The Enrollment Act was passed by Congress and signed by Lincoln, and it's something we have used multiple times since then, and that most major powers have used as well. The British used it, the French used it, the Germans have used it, the Soviets have used it. Every major country uses drafts in time of war now. That was not something that Lincoln did unilaterally without congressional approval.
Ass-pounding point. Every crime the founders ascribed to the English and King George, though more rightly credited to Parliament, who at that point were far from funkadelic, can just as readily, in some cases even more obviously, be ascribed to Abraham Lincoln.
And I should point out, too, while I'm thinking about the whole draft thing, the Confederacy, which he has been defending as having the right to do what they did, also had the draft. And there were multiple times when Jefferson Davis lamented the fact that he didn't have the same central authority to do things that Lincoln had.
Here's the kicker. Most of that train of abuses occurred before the fucking war. If the Civil War was treason, so the fuck was the American Revolution. Not because lost causers say so, because the goddamn Declaration does. Oh, and Thomas Jefferson, the author of said document, his grandson, Thomas Garland Jefferson, fought for the Confederacy and died at the Battle of Newmarket. Now,
he also had a grandson who died fighting for the Union at the Battle of Chickamauga. So if you're going to argue one, let's point out the other ones too.
I assured all of you this wouldn't be a video about the Civil War. And look, I won't. But there are 2 chapters of such that simply must be discussed to truly comprehend the demoniac nature of the despot in question. Its incitement and its conclusion. As I said previously, the problem with alleging Lincoln's every act was justified on the basis that he was facing treason and civil war is that he didn't inherit a civil war, he inherited a secession crisis. Abraham Lincoln helped engineer a civil war. Whatever your feelings on the outbreak of the Civil War or its inciting event, the siege of Fort Sumter, allow me to reiterate, the South do not need to be the good guys for Lincoln to be bad. The South had seceded, and at least until that point had done so without firing a shot. The Union maintained military bases in the South in explicit defiance of this fact.
Wait a second. So, federal forts that were already owned by the Union, you're arguing to me that they were holding on to their property, United States property, in defiance of the South. Oh my gosh, boy, the mental gymnastics he is doing right now to try and prove that Lincoln was the bad guy here is just incredible.
Remind you all that we warred with England twice over this very same behavior. Lincoln nevertheless assured all that it was not an act of
No. When did the British government in 1812 own property that the United States fired on to start a war?
An aggression, and to underscore his point, he vacated several military bases throughout the South when pressed to do so. A Confederate Peace Commission were dispatched to secure a separate peace. Lincoln ignored them. French diplomat and poet Alexis de Tocqueville offered to independently arbitrate a peace between the parties. He was rebuffed by Lincoln for weeks upon weeks.
Because it was a peace that was predicated on the Confederacy being allowed to just leave and have its own country.
As tensions mount and the local populations complain of being ransacked by Union looters, Lincoln assures everyone in the media he intends to cede Fort Sumter to the South. And then he reinforces it with an armed military escort in tow
he sent troops to a fort. What a concept.
For some bizarre reason, have explicit orders not to fire even if fired upon, almost as if he expects it, just aggressive enough to provoke retaliation, but no.
He was sending a resupply mission to federal troops in a federal fort.
Not aggressive enough to appear the architect of the Civil War. See what's happening here? Because outside observers from Europe and elsewhere certainly did. Hell, even local papers, as the Providence Daily Post put it, quote, Mr. Lincoln told newspapers for 3 weeks that Sumter was to be abandoned. Now Mr. Lincoln has found a way to author a civil war without appearing its aggressor.
No one forced the South to fire those shots. Nobody forced them to do that. You could have you could argue, hey, if the South didn't want to be aggressive, if the South wanted peace, they didn't have to fire on that fort.
Unquote. Lincoln wanted a war desperately. Not because your lost cause straw man says so. Not because I say so. But because after the first shots were fired, Fucking Lincoln said so. In a letter to Union Naval Commander Gustavus Fox dated May 1st, 1861, just weeks after the Sumter bombardment, which resulted in 0 fatalities, might I add, Honest Abe would write, quote, "You and I both anticipated that the cause of the country would be advanced by making the attempt to provision Fort Sumter, even if it should fail. And it is no small consolation now to feel that our anticipation is justified by the results."
That does not argue what he thinks it argues at all.
Unquote. See, what I deliberately didn't mention earlier on is that Lincoln was warned not just by the South, but by his own generals that reprovisioning Fort Sumter would be an act of war. Lincoln not only did so, he sent along an armed battleship escort just so the South didn't misinterpret his provocative intention.
Again, show me any sovereign nation on earth that doesn't have a right to provision their own fort and their own soldiers. Who doesn't have the right to do that? And in what situation would it not be an act of aggression and war to fire on a resupply mission where a government is supplying a fort that already belongs to it?
After promising repeatedly he would not, including once mere hours before the event. Gustavus Fox himself would later recall that it seemed important to Lincoln to, quote, "show the South as having fired upon bread."
Well, yeah, because Lincoln wasn't going to fire the first shot, and he was just letting them reveal how important this was to them, that they were willing to go to war to keep their country.
War of 1812 was waged because the T-Swill and fucking Redcoats wouldn't vacate their military bases in American territory. Why would Lincoln make and to reinforce a military base in southern...
That was not, by the way, the main cause of the war.
...territory with an armed naval escort when he'd vacated numerous southern bases already by that point be taken as anything other than a provocation.
And again, this was not a fort in Confederate territory. This was a fort that was owned by the Union, had been for decades, and now, just because these people had seceded, it doesn't suddenly make it belong to someone else.
Lincoln's own secretaries, John Nicolay and John Hay, admitted not only had Lincoln maneuvered the South into a situation where they would basically have to be the first to fire.
They didn't have a choice. He forced them to do it. They couldn't help themselves. Come on.
But that it was, quote, important that the rebellion be put in the wrong in the process, unquote. This, of course, contradicts Lincoln's own words before Congress later when he claimed he acted without guile.
I would love to see a scenario like this where I went and said, you know, well, the guy walked past me with $100,000 in an envelope. I had to take it. I couldn't help myself. He knew that I would take it by walking past me with that money. What choice did I have? It's all his fault.
Reinforcing Fort Sumter. You couldn't have acted with more guile if you hurled a fucking sonic boom at the fort, you black-eyed, bitch-made sociopath. But I'll not hear anyone called a sociopath.
Here's the thing. When you can't win an argument on the basis of facts and information, you resort to name-calling. That's just the reality.
Path. In William Tecumseh Sherman's company.
Oh, here we go.
A rare instance where even the statist circle jerk of mainstream historians inevitably fail to mollify Lincoln's murderous legacy. General Sherman's march to the sea is called an atrocity even by academia, but the truth is,
no, it's not.
An ongoing...
It is not called an atrocity by academia. I would say that most people recognize it as the beginning of what we know as total war.
Series of atrocities. And if the court historians of the cult of Abraham assert that the Civil War was waged to help blacks and end slavery, someone forgot to tell General Sherman, for his host burned, lynched, and raped at least as many blacks as whites, to the point that only recently liberated slaves in many southern towns turned on their Union liberators and engaged in open guerrilla fighting on the Confederacy's behalf.
Sherman was quoted once as saying that he believed...
Oh, here we go. Now we're going with the whole, all the black Confederates. Okay.
That slavery was good for black people. So we know that he was no liberal.
Which will tend to happen given lovely episodes like having a noose slung around your neck until you tell Sherman where Confederate bases are located, or being held down and forced to watch as your wife and daughter are raped by the same Union soldiers that just turned your town into a parking lot. When a long line of liberated slaves began to follow on the heels of Sherman's army, presuming they'd be born to freedom in the fucking North or some shit, he enslaved them a second time instead, enlisting them as unpaid servants for his fucking officers. Don't worry, though. Upon crossing a major river by boat, he made sure to keep his troop boats on the other side of the river, never sending them back across, and thus ensuring the liberated slaves were stranded without a roof, clothes, or fucking food.
But a large group of runaway slaves, perhaps more than 1,000, were following behind and slowing down the march. After crossing the creek, the soldiers pulled up the pontoon bridge, leaving the slaves stranded.
Sherman's army was marching through the countryside, living off the land. They'd cut themselves off from their base of supply, and they were out of communication, everything. This was just an act of military necessity. They couldn't have thousands of civilians slowing them down. They couldn't feed them. It would have actually been worse to allow them to follow. This is not an argument to make. And furthermore, Lincoln was not in communication with Sherman during all of this. He didn't know where Sherman was or what was going on. So if you're going to use all of this to pin this on Lincoln, Lincoln had no idea what was going on.
Stranded on the other side. With Confederate cavalry closing in, many of them jumped into the creek. It's estimated that hundreds of them, unable to swim, drowned.
At the risk of greatly softening the impact of this ghoul's military excursions, I'll only summarize the gory goddamn details. From the razing of Shenandoah to the burning of Columbia and Atlanta, simply saying these names and events out loud I find robs them of their true import. Many modern historians dismiss these events as mere angry northern troops losing discipline and looting, but the truth of the matter is that looting, pillage, arson, and rape were a well-ordered business.
Show me evidence that Sherman ordered any of it. And since this is a video about Lincoln as a dictator, show me evidence that Lincoln ordered Sherman to do it or permitted Sherman to order these kinds of things.
Under General Sherman, there were specialized squads who often immediately after Sherman assured the local population all property would be unmolested, would then arrive armed with crowbars, axes, and hammers with a full kit of arson paraphernalia in tow, and then proceed to level entire towns, stopping immediately and leaving in utterly orderly fashion once they'd concluded. These were not isolated incidents.
You're destroying their ability to make war and to support the war. This is total war. A few years later, this became the norm of what would happen in war.
Was Lincoln?
And again, tell me how any of this relates to Lincoln being a dictator.
Conception of warfare as enacted by General Sherman. Take a trip through the Deep South sometime. You'll periodically pass a stone marker here or there, often with an accompanying plaque describing a settlement that existed up until Sherman's march. The TV Western Hell on Wheels features a traumatized Southern protagonist who hails from Meridian, Mississippi, a city that ceased to exist after Sherman's march to the sea.
Now we're using fictional characters from TV shows to make our argument.
According to me, according to Sherman, Meridian, with its depots, storehouses, arsenal, hospitals, offices, hotels, and cantonments,
Wait, Sherman said this before the war. In 1854? I'm guessing he probably meant this to say February 1865.
Longer exists, he stated, as a city still smoldered behind him.
I was with General Sherman on his march south. What we did.
Really?
Evil.
This is your argument?
Unspeakable things.
A quote from a movie, a TV show?
Is to confess.
Fictional one?
God.
Well, I mean, the fictional character in Hell on Wheels said it, so it must be true, and it must be Lincoln's fault.
No. No, I can't, Father.
Tell me about Meridian.
What do you know about Meridian?
Man, it's a good thing that guy murdered that former Union soldier to prove his point.
The thousands dead, robbed, and raped might have been considered fortunate.
There were not thousands of people killed by Sherman's troops on the March to the Sea. That is a ridiculous assertion with no basis in fact.
As the remaining citizens were ordered at gunpoint to vacate the city with winter rapidly approaching. There were injuries on both sides, and Southern looting happened more than once, but the Confederacy never boasted anything approaching this level of administration-endorsed...
Yeah, they did it too, but he did it way more.
...institutional genocide. Lest we mistake
genocide
in a private letter to his wife,
genocide.
He would describe the purpose of his campaign as, quote, extermination, not of soldiers alone, that is the least of the trouble, but of the people, unquote. To which his wonderful...
Let's pull out the full quote, shall we, instead of just a little bit of what tries to make your point. Okay, so first of all, I should point out that this letter he wrote to his wife that this is quoted from was from 1862, not 1864. And so is her reply.
And that is the least of the trouble, but of the people.
But I couldn't find the whole letter anywhere.
Wonderful wife,
just a lot of
Eleanor,
people quoting the letter to make the argument that he's making.
Ewing would express arousal at the prospect of the war being one of, quote, extermination, and that all Southerners should
also
be driven
62.
like swine into the sea. May we carry fire and sword into their states until not one habitation is left standing. What soaring prose! Long may she rot. And if Abraham Lincoln was celebrated for his unprecedented micromanagement of the Civil War, and indeed he is, then the cult of Lincoln's feeble attempts to allege that these were isolated incidents of which he was utterly oblivious and never once ordered approach the order of outright barking lunacy. In preparing for this presentation, I consumed a litany of sources, from favorable, fluffy accounts of Lincoln the Liberator.
And yet you constantly got dates wrong and facts wrong and simple arguments out of context.
To lost cause agitprop pronouncing him a demon made flesh. I'm here to tell you nothing I read about Lincoln or the Civil War turned my stomach like William Tecumseh Sherman's personal collected memoirs. Unless you still stubbornly cling to the facile ahistorical belief that Lincoln was unaware of and never once personally ordered or endorsed the war crimes of General Sherman, this despite the fact that he left Washington to personally meet with such no less than 11 times and often slept in the telegraph office in Washington to correspond more quickly with his general. It's the words of Sherman himself that will disabuse you of that delusion. In his memoirs, Sherman describes a gathering of Lincoln and his victorious generals convened in March of 1865, a mere month from the demoniac in question catching the most deserved bullet in history, wherein he describes Lincoln as requesting a deep...
So now we're advocating for murder being justified. Okay. This tells me all I need to know about the kind of person this is.
Detailed account of his march to the sea, and that Lincoln, quote, particularly enjoyed hearing stories of the activities of his, quote, bummers.
Again, how is that proof Lincoln ordered it? You can say Lincoln supported the idea after the fact. That is not evidence that Lincoln ordered Sherman to do those things, or that Sherman ordered the things that happened, or that any of it constitutes a war crime.
Bummers being the cutesy fucking name Sherman gave to his trained squads of arsonists, looters, and rapists, whose task it was to level entire southern cities to the ground. And far from doing it all to preserve the Union, as I believe I've already established, he quite clearly fucking destroyed it. Put it this way. If you're an American and someone asks what country you're in, what do you say? The United States. Singular. You don't say Louisiana, one of the United States. Prior to the Civil War, United States was plural. The proof that the...
Which is not the way to keep a country together. When you ask people from England, do you ask them, what country are you from? Do they say, oh, I'm from Norfolk? No.
Authoritarians won and the Civil War was actually about ending the right of secession is in every sentence you have ever uttered that involved the United States of America. And most motherfuckers never notice. That's why this video exists, because it isn't just about Lincoln. It's about the merits of self-determinism, one of the founding principles upon which we were formed, and the fact that we all but worship the man who participated in, if not engineered, an entire war just to end that right definitively, having spent his entire political career prior to that point explicitly saying he wished to do so. And yet a flock of fuckheads all around the world still insist he did it all for a principle he never held: the freedom of his fellow man. Something no U.S. president in history has done more to abrogate at once. I'd say it blows my mind, but no one's mind was more blown in the end than his. I'm Sic Semper Tyrannis Fist. God fucking speed.
All right, so he had about 5 minutes of valid arguments in that hour and 7-minute rant, which was full of using quotes to argue things that weren't being argued by those quotes, insults, advocating for murder while complaining about crimes being committed by other people, celebrating that murder multiple times, just wrong information at times with wrong dates and wrong things like that. Claiming things that are true that aren't true, ascribing blame to people who weren't responsible for things. By and large, that was one of the worst factually baseless arguments I've ever seen. There was about 5 minutes worth of quality information and all of that. So I do not think I'll be reacting to any more of his stuff unless it's directly to refute this crap again in the future. So let me know what you thought. Use the comment section below. Tomorrow we'll be back with whatever our patrons and our members voted on as being our next reaction. Thanks for watching. If I'm known for anything, well, I mean, besides talking about all my ancestors who were in famous historical events and posting pictures of my son playing soccer on Instagram, or just saying things right before they happen in a video. If I'm known for anything besides all those other things, it's my admiration and love for the man, the myth, the legend, Thomas Woodrow Wilson. Now, in all seriousness, if you've been around the channel very long at all, you know I hate his guts. I hate him enough that hate's a strong word. I never met the man. He's my least favorite president. But so much so that I now have a t-shirt available on the merch store that says "Suck it, Wilson." But a lot of people have been recommending this video to me. It's by Monsieur Z, whose channel I've never done a reaction to, nor have I ever seen any of his videos. But this one is called Woodrow Wilson Did Nothing Wrong. And I'm pretty sure that he's serious about this. I don't think this is like my April Fool's Day video that I did talking about Woodrow Wilson being my favorite president, which I will throw up a link at the end if you want to check that out. But no, it seems like he's very, very serious about this. And I'm just going to read some of the comments. Well, here, let me kind of move things around here so you can check those out too. So let's see. I don't agree at all that he did nothing wrong, but I do agree that he is unfairly represented today. Saying he did nothing wrong is a bit much, but I'll agree he isn't as bad as sometimes made out to be. Can't judge actions of a person on the standards today. It's unfair, will only lead to a cynical look at history. I do agree that we shouldn't judge people on today's standards, but I judge Woodrow Wilson on Woodrow Wilson's day's standards, and he still comes up pretty bad. So, all right, without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into this one and see what it's all about.
American President Woodrow Wilson. Historically has been regarded highly, though in recent times has been shot down and relegated to the bottom of the barrel. And seemingly...
I don't know that in recent times he's relegated to the bottom of the barrel, but he is dropping a little lower. He's been consistently top 10 throughout history in terms of historical rankings, but he seems to be kind of more 10 to 20 range now, but he's far from the bottom.
From across the political spectrum as well. Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, Greens, Liberals, and Conservatives increasingly appear to carry a negative opinion of Wilson for any number of individual or combination of reasons. While Wilson has suffered these blows to his reputation, almost paradoxically has another president from the same era risen to tremendous popularity in spite of many of the same, if not more extreme, actions and ideological leanings. That president was the much-beloved Theodore Roosevelt and will be...
Did he just say that Theodore Roosevelt was more extreme ideologically? Okay, I mean, I guess if you're looking at how Theodore Roosevelt was breaking from the norm for his party, that's probably true. But I think, well, again, if we're looking at it from today's perspective, Theodore Roosevelt wasn't extreme at all. But I know why it's dangerous to do that.
Referencing him and the progressive movement of the day repeatedly throughout this video. Most often pinned on Wilson are accusations of tyranny, racism, imperialism, hypocrisy, incompetence, warmongering, etc. Great hate seems to stem from a belief that he was particularly responsible for actions which in reality were the product of years of progressive policy, from a belief that he somehow altered or compromised the progressive movement, from a belief that he stood widely apart from other progressives of the day, and alone must shoulder the scorn for all which might have gone wrong during those decades. Moreover, that so much wrong occurred during those days, when in fact we find great justification and acceptance from the public of the time in regard to actions taken by the Wilson administration.
All right, first thing I need to say is I apologize in advance if you have a little trouble understanding him. It seems like I don't know if he's just talking fast or he's not enunciating real well, but and granted, I'm partially deaf in my right ear, so sometimes if I can't read people's lips, I have a little trouble understanding what they're saying, but I am having a bit of trouble understanding what he's saying, and I don't think turning on the captions is going to help with him.
Of course, I'll preface this and later conclude as well by stating that I do not personally agree with all of the policies and ideologies of Woodrow Wilson, but rather recognize a very unjust mischaracterization of a historic figure and feel it only right to correct such misunderstanding through insight. Wilson has been accused of taking the use of government power to unprecedented and unjustified heights in his creation of new business regulations, establishing the income tax, establishing the Federal Reserve, and prosecuting anti-American and extremist individuals during and immediately following the American entry into the Great War.
Alright, so I'll say up front, if he's gonna go down the route of, well, other people did that stuff, that's not a defense, right? So if you're gonna say, well, John Adams signed the Alien and Sedition Act, true, but that also really sucked, and John Adams should be loudly condemned for that, as he is. You know, if we're gonna go down the route of looking at some of the stuff that Abraham Lincoln did when he was dealing with a civil war, that one I don't know if I would compare to exactly, but as far as the income tax goes, yes, Theodore Roosevelt was also in favor of that. That's why you don't typically hear me talk too much about the income tax and some of those policies of Wilson's, because those things were going to happen whether Wilson was president or not.
On regulation, Wilson's Federal Trade Commission was a more efficient successor to Roosevelt's Bureau of Corporations, which could not regulate but only investigate and bring such findings before a court, allowing unscrupulous businesses to navigate loopholes during this long process. Wilson's FTC, on the other hand, could now investigate and act immediately, bringing a rapid end to illegal and unfair practices, as well as prevent the formation of monopolies and trusts before they had a chance to establish themselves, by giving the government direct oversight and final say whenever large businesses decided to merge. On taxation, Wilson merely built upon the work and infrastructure of his predecessors, Roosevelt and Taft, by putting the previously established 16th Amendment, which authorized Congress to collect taxes on income, to work. Wilson's tax was a mere 1 to 6% for only the top 3% of the population. The revenue accumulated from this tax allowing Wilson to cut tariffs by nearly half and thus significantly reduce the price of imported products for the entire country.
So, I guess it depends entirely on your view of taxes and tariffs. Now, yeah, was the income tax super low and only applied to a few people? Sure, but that's where it started. So, you know, if you look at the tax situation as it is today, first of all, if we went back to the 18th century and told the founding fathers what our tax rates were like today, they would just lose their minds, because look at what they rebelled over as far as taxes go. And of course, granted, it was about representation too, but yeah, so I feel like he's defending. I get it. Some people do criticize Wilson for some of this stuff, but this isn't the stuff I have an issue with Woodrow Wilson over.
On the Federal Reserve, it must be stressed that Wilson inherited the Federal Reserve Plan from a commission originally established during the Roosevelt administration, which sought to create a centralized banking system now that the U.S. had gone from a regional and developing power to a global power. Wilson not wanting to establish a central bank per se, given the country's bumpy history with such systems.
I was going to say, we had central banks going all the way back to the beginning of the country, National Bank. And that was something that was debated over in many of the early administrations. Nothing new there.
Modified the plan by introducing elements which turned it into a semi-private, semi-public institution. However, its function remained largely the same as was intended by the Commission, and the new plan was largely praised by progressives of the day, who saw it as a solution to America's economic instability. Whether it was successful is extremely questionable, and what Wilson can be faulted for if truly the reserve is a faulty system is merely that he happened to be the man to sign it into existence. Had Roosevelt, Taft, or any other progressive of the day been in his position, it almost certainly would have been created regardless.
I think that's a fair... I feel dirty just like even implying that I'm defending Wilson. But again, this isn't the stuff I have issue with, because I agree 100%. I don't know about Taft, but I think Roosevelt certainly would have supported this, so no surprise there.
On the Espionage and Sedition Acts, America had faced internal strife for some time by the presidency of Wilson, primarily actions perpetrated by recent immigrants who subscribed to anarchist and socialist ideologies from Europe and engaged in violent action against American citizens. With the outbreak of the Great War,
Yeah, you show William McKinley being assassinated by an anarchist, but that guy wasn't an immigrant, so we're not talking about an immigrant anarchist in that case. Leon Czolgosz was an American. He was born in America. So yeah, the idea that, well, just Wilson did this stuff, but America had been dealing with internal strife for a while, does not excuse it.
There's abounded of foreign actors attempting to harm or provoke the United States. The British were eager to have the United States on their side and may not have been above putting American lives in danger to accomplish that goal. Meanwhile, the Germans were more interested in causing trouble that would keep the United States preoccupied and out of Europe, perhaps inciting a large population of German Americans into rebellion, or provoking Mexico to initiate a war with its northern neighbor.
Wait, is he arguing that because the United States had a lot of German immigrants that Wilson had the right and the responsibility to sign these acts? I mean, that's basically, in my mind anyway, the same argument as saying, well, Japanese Americans during World War II could have been a real problem, so FDR had every right to put them in camps. That sounds like what he's saying here.
Wilson was not willing to accept this risk, and until threats subsided, sought to cracking down on seditious speech, and roughly 1,000 individuals were prosecuted. Following the end of the Great War and as the Russian Civil War raged on, inspiring far-left activities across Europe, a series of anarchist-inspired bombings and assassination attempts on prominent Americans were made, provoking a surge of arrests in an attempt to quell what many feared could be an anarchist or communist uprising within the US.
There were people doing bad stuff, so all the bad stuff Wilson did was justified. That's what I'm hearing right now.
The morality of these actions are not purely black and white. They were desperate.
No, they're pretty black and white. They were wrong. You don't start rounding people up and throwing away their civil liberties because somebody bombed a building and there's a threat of anarchy and there's a threat of communism. That does not give you the right to throw the Constitution out the window.
Actions during desperate times, not unfamiliar to American policy whenever it finds itself drawn into foreign affairs. One of the earliest laws passed in this country, after all, having been the Alien and Sedition Acts, meant to serve much of the same purpose when war with France was a strong possibility.
And it was also abhorrent and should never have been passed. And I think people agree on that.
To wholly dismiss the circumstances surrounding Wilson's reasoning for resorting to this decision and then moralizing it as merely bad is plainly unjust. In summary, Wilson's use of government power was not without justification nor precedent, nor was it out of line with progressive governing strategies used by his predecessors Taft and Roosevelt. As was expected of a progressive, Wilson utilized federal power to produce efficiency, security, and greater prosperity for the majority, even if at the expense of a wealthy, deviant, or criminal minority.
Nothing wrong with doing... by the way, I love where I paused right there. That's beautiful, with the big black band in the middle. Nothing wrong with doing something that's good for the majority of the people at the expense of a wealthy or criminal minority. The whole basis of this country was founded on the idea that we don't want to have the tyranny of the majority. That's why we're not a pure democracy. It's why we're a constitutional federal republic.
Wilson has been accused of intensifying segregation in government, giving rise to the Second Ku Klux Klan, and
those aren't accusations. That's black and white fact. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
As many like to say, being racist even for his time. On the matter of government segregation, the exclusion or disfavor of black employees, what was known as the Lily White movement, was by and large a product of its day, and more so of progressivism in particular.
I love how he's showing a picture of Republicans as he talks about the racism of Democrat Woodrow Wilson. Now, I'm not here to argue Republican, Democrat party stances back then versus now, any of that stuff. I'm just saying it's just a real misleading photo to put when you're talking about Woodrow Wilson.
By and large a product of its day, and more so of progressivism in particular. I touch on this in great detail in this video here, but to summarize, progressivism of the day was obsessed with efficiency and purity. As the belief of many went, you could not have an efficient society or system if there were deviant factors which refused to assimilate and act in harmony with the rest.
So are we arguing that to be black was to be a deviant section of society? Is that what he's saying here? All right, let me not get ahead of myself.
Blacks were commonly seen as less American than most immigrants, said immigrants being largely white and thus able to blend more seamlessly into the American culture over time. Racial tensions at the time were very high, especially as many blacks began moving in great number from the south to the north, and progressive politicians responded to this by ostracizing blacks from their ranks. Following a much criticized dinner with Booker T. Washington, Roosevelt caved to public desires and embraced the Lily White movement. Taft did the same, and Wilson, also being a progressive, followed suit.
But did Roosevelt or Taft put into place regulations that made it impossible for black people to get jobs in the federal government, that made a situation where blacks and whites couldn't work side by side, where one dude who couldn't quit his job and couldn't be assigned somewhere else actually had a cage built around him in his office so he could continue working there? Did those guys do those things?
While Wilson allowed Lily Whiteism to continue, once again we have an instance of if virtually any other progressive was in power instead of him, it would have happened anyway, and these actions are a product of the progressive culture of the time.
Absolutely freaking not. Don't even accuse people like Roosevelt as being the same on Woodrow Wilson when it comes to race relations. Not even close.
Not a product of Wilson being, quote, racist even for his time. One might even argue that Wilson did more for blacks than other progressives in that he took a clear and vocal position against lynching, demanding state governors take action to end...
Did he just say he did more for blacks than other progressives because he stood up against lynching? Wait, I need to hear that again because I don't want to be mistaken that he actually said that.
Other progressives in that he took racist even for his instance of if virtually any other progressive was in power instead of him, it would have happened anyway, and these actions are a product of the progressive culture of the time, not a product of Wilson being, quote, racist even for his time. One might even argue that Wilson did more for blacks than other progressives in that he took a clear and vocal position against lynching, demanding state governors take action to end what he called a disgraceful evil.
I need some... This'll work. This'll have to do. Okay, let's go on.
On the matter of the Second Ku Klux Klan, it is argued that Wilson gave legitimacy to the movement by hosting a screening of The Birth of a Nation at the White House.
Do you think?
The movie, by the time of its creation, had already been a widely popular novel and play by the name of The Klansman.
So now the defense is he screened a Klan movie at the White House, but it was popular by the time he did that. So what's the big deal? I just needed a minute there. Let's continue.
Despite its controversial portrayal of the first Ku Klux Klan in its final acts, the film was still hailed for pioneering a number of cinematic innovations, which brought it great attention. Wilson had known the writer of the original novel that the film was based on, Thomas Dixon, as a university peer, and he was indebted to him for an honorary degree and speaking opportunity he had provided to him years ago. So when Wilson was contacted by Dixon requesting a screening of the film, he obliged, but apparently didn't know much else about the film other than it was a history piece about the Civil War and Reconstruction, subjects of great interest to Wilson given his background in American history. Now, despite this, The Birth of a Nation was not even treated as the feature presentation of this first ever movie showing at the White House, but rather followed an earlier screening of the Italian film Cabiria, also hailed for its cinematic innovations. The screening certainly did bring more attention to what was already a widely discussed film praised for its use of new technologies and cinema.
It's advertised as The Klansman or The Birth of a Nation. It's got a Klan character on the poster. You're going to argue with me that Wilson had no idea what the movie was about? And secondly, you're president of the United States. Screening a movie at the White House gives a great deal of legitimacy to that film and its topic. You better darn well know what it's about before you go screening it there.
Photography, not to mention being based on an extremely popular novel, though of course it's so much easier to say that it was Wilson's screening that made it popular in the first place. To say that allowing the film to be shown reveals a secret racism of Wilson's or that it promoted a secret agenda is nothing more than looking for patterns where there are none.
At some point, there is a pattern, and that's the point. It's not like you're looking for a pattern where there is none. The pattern is there. It's obvious. It's just one more bit of evidence of that pattern that exists. Look at the man's policies when it came to blacks working in the federal government. Look at the screening. Look at other things, okay? If there's smoke, there's fire.
And views have been further skewed by tabloid allegations printed decades after the original screening and well after Wilson had passed away, claiming that Wilson said, "It is like writing history with lightning, and my only regret is that it is all terribly true." The evidence of Wilson saying this being virtually non-existent, and the probability that he had said it is rather low, given that the portrayal of the Klan in the film deviates from Wilson's own historic writings. Now, to suggest that this showing gave rise or legitimacy to the second Ku Klux Klan is also a far stretch, and once again we find cause not in Wilson but in the progressive society of the day, which popularized the Klansman before it had even become a film. Wilson, an apparently unassuming actor in this timeline of events, should not serve as a scapegoat for the some 4 million who would actually go on to join the organization and give it life.
An unassuming actor in these events. He was just an innocent bystander in all of this happening. Right. By the way, in case you're wondering, in the movie, which the book's actually called The Klansman, okay, in case you were not sure about what it was about. In the movie, one of the screens shows a quote from Woodrow Wilson. The white men were roused by a mere instinct of self-preservation until at last there had sprung into existence a great Ku Klux Klan, a veritable empire of the South, to protect the Southern country. Woodrow Wilson.
Wilson wasn't in fact racist even for his time, but rather in step with, if not more moderate than the popular beliefs of his day, and to single him out as is so often done is senseless ignorance. Wilson has been accused of recklessly pursuing war despite campaigning on neutrality, acting militantly against US neighbors in Central America and the Caribbean, and ultimately paving the way for modern American interventionism. On local intervention...
Again, not going to give him too much grief over that one. If Theodore Roosevelt had been president, we probably would have done it sooner.
Wilson inherited the border war with Mexico from the Taft administration, not to mention several floating interests and threats that resulted from the Spanish-American War of the McKinley administration and the interventions of the Roosevelt corollary. These lands south of America's border were terribly unstable and dangerous to both American citizens and economic interests within their borders. Thus, American efforts had since been focused on bringing stability and order to these lands on their doorstep. Wilson absolutely
Here's the thing. And again, this is not one of the things I'm going to criticize Woodrow Wilson for, because I do agree other presidents of the time probably would have done similar things. But every time he brings up one of these things that people go after Wilson for, his first instinct is to say why it wasn't Wilson's fault, that it was somebody else's fault, and he was just reacting. As if he just had no choice. You know, here he's saying, well, yeah, Woodrow Wilson might be accused of being interventionist, but he only did it because of these other factors. So he actually was that thing that people accuse him of. You're just saying he had a good reason for it. So it's not both, right? You know, don't say people are accusing him of something he wasn't, but then say the reasons why he was that thing, but it wasn't his fault, okay? Just say it's not a bad thing, or, you know, that he shouldn't be criticized for it, but don't say it's not true.
Despised what he perceived as the militarism and imperialism brought to America by Roosevelt. Having grown up during the Civil War, Wilson came to view war as senseless destruction that was almost always avoidable, and as such hoped to abandon the military approach to Latin America in favor of arbitration, partnership, and the establishment of a Pan-American League. But these efforts ultimately fell short and proved insufficient to prevent the further destabilization of these countries, forcing continued military action. This kind of interventionism is not unique to Wilson, but part and parcel of the progressive era. But unlike his predecessors, Wilson at least attempted to find an alternative. On the US's entry into the Great War, Wilson from the very beginning sought neutrality and did all he could to maintain it.
He said that. But from the very beginning, only really supported one side. Yes, we were militarily neutral, but we were not economically neutral. It's much like what happened in World War II. No one can argue that Franklin Roosevelt didn't pick sides in World War II long before we entered the war. I'm not saying it's good or bad, and I understand why the United States sides with the Entente in World War I economically. There are a lot of reasons for it, but do not argue to me that he was neutral. No.
But repeatedly the Entente and Central Powers provoked American action. Wilson had for years retained peace through diplomacy, even in the face of blockades, attacks on American vessels, attempts at provoking insurrection and protest within the United States, and attempts at provoking war between the US and its neighbors. Wilson soon realized that despite his best efforts,
it wasn't an attempt to provoke war between the United States and Mexico. It was, if the United States enters the war, then jump in. So, okay, I get it. I get saying it that way, but it wasn't meant to provoke a war between U.S. and Mexico that Germany was outside of. Germany was just asking Mexico to come in on their side if a war happens between Germany and the U.S.
Peace could not be achieved through diplomacy alone. Germany was in fact directly and repeatedly threatening the security of America and its citizens, and thus the country must retaliate. Wilson did in fact run for a second term on the slogan that he, quote, kept us out of war. However, public opinion had quickly shifted in favor of war upon Germany's doubling down on unrestricted submarine warfare and the revelation of the Zimmermann telegram. The war was further framed as a conflict between democracy and tyranny, though this was largely...
I will say this, if your whole campaign is built on he kept us out of war, and your view is neutrality, then what kind of a leader are you that you don't stick to your guns even when public opinion turns against you? If you believe it's the right thing to do it regardless of what people say. You've just been elected to your second term. It's not like they're going to vote you out of office. You just started your second term when all this goes down.
Largely a fanciful interpretation meant to simply bolster American support. Wilson saw the conflict for what it really was, petty squabbling between great powers that grew too big for them to handle, and this understanding is reflected in his attempt to settle disputes as an outside and neutral arbitrator, and provide for the needs of all Europe's distinct people through a redrawing of borders and the establishing of a collaborative League of Nations.
He wanted to take charge of the peace process because he thought he knew better than everybody else how to do it. Woodrow Wilson had a real messiah complex. He could be the savior of the world. He could do what no one else could. And all the way through both terms as president, until he basically wasn't really running the country and his wife was. But anybody in his own cabinet or in his government who disagreed with him, who challenged his views or his policies, was basically looked down on and ostracized as being an idiot who didn't know what he was talking about, who couldn't possibly know and see things the way that the all-wise and powerful Woodrow Wilson did.
Plans which the Germans favored as reasonable and which brought them to the negotiating table, but the victorious European Entente refused to concede their claim of spoils and sought to treat Germany not with reconciliation, but with punishment and suppression. Enough that it might never rise to challenge the likes of France and Britain again. Ironically, it would be these punitive measures by the Entente that ultimately drove Germany down the road to radicalism and drove Europe to the point of a second Great War. Wilson's decision to enter the war was not unjustified, and it is clear that he had pursued every reasonable alternative up to that point until finally he and a majority of the country determined that enough was enough.
I do agree with the U.S. entering the war. I don't agree that Wilson had done everything he could to stay out of it during his presidency.
Wilson can neither be blamed for the Entente's refusal of his 14 points, nor for Congress's refusal to allow the US to join the League of Nations, nor the chaos which ensued in Europe in later years. In warfare and interventionism, Wilson was an idealist who did what he could to avoid conflict, promote cooperation, and ensure fair play by his idealized vision of American democracy. But reality collided with that idealism and forced him to resort to measures not at all unorthodox or extreme, but perfectly in line with the logic of his predecessors and with the tastes of his day. In conclusion, we find the accusations levied against President Wilson to be great mischaracterizations based on a misunderstanding of his actions and the actions of his predecessors, based in a misunderstanding of politics and culture of the time, and based upon a narrow view of Wilson's administration and his personal character. Once again, I state that I do not personally align myself with the ideology and actions of Woodrow Wilson. However, I acknowledge that there is much confusion and misdirection regarding this historic figure, who by the standards of his day, executed the duties of his office effectively and well enough in line with popular consensus, as well as followed through with the agendas of the progressive movement and the agendas of the presidents who preceded him.
Quick question. If Wilson was no different than the other people of his day when it came to these policies, why is no one going after Theodore Roosevelt for his race relations? Why is no one going after William Howard Taft for how he dealt with some of these issues? Why is no one going after Warren Harding for how he dealt with these issues? Why, in that span of presidents, Calvin Coolidge, William McKinley, why in that span of presidents is it Woodrow Wilson alone, the poor martyr, that we alone attack for these things? Just something to think about.
Having additionally successfully promoted conservation, cracked down on corruption, and promoted labor rights and securities, including working to end child labor, it's clear why Wilson has historically been regarded highly as a president, and only in recent years has that reputation been wrongly warped.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, I was only responding to the specific things he was talking about. There's a lot of stuff he didn't address conveniently. If you want to hear more about some of the reasons why I love Woodrow Wilson as much as I do, you can check out the video that I did back in April about why he's my favorite president. All tongue-in-cheek, of course. Can't stand the guy. So if you do want one of these shirts, they're available in different colors, and they'll be in the merch store that is in the description of the video, so check that out. Thanks for watching. We'll see you again soon. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see on the screen, I am diving into the depths yet again. A bunch of you have been telling me that there's another video on the channel Rageaholic, once again addressing the issue of the causes of the American Civil War, and this relates directly to a question that was asked of a presidential candidate about the issue and how she responded and all of that sort of thing. So we're going to dive into this one, and I'm going to say a couple of things up front, as is the case with all of my videos, but especially with this one. It is perfectly acceptable, even welcomed, to disagree. We can disagree. We can even disagree strongly. You can do that without being a jerk. You can do that without insults, without tearing someone down personally. Disagree with their information, disagree with their opinions, and do so with information. That's what I'm going to do today. Anything he says that I call out as being untrue, which if his previous videos are any indication, will happen, we're going to go directly to the sources, go directly to the information. This is not about opinion. This is about what's a fact and what's not. We can disagree on the opinion parts, but we can't state opinions as facts. So with that in mind, I'm also saying this is not an invitation in any way, shape, or form to go to his channel and attack him personally. There's a way to go about this, and it's with information, it's with facts, it's with logic. It's not with personal attacks on any side of the issue. So if anybody resorts to personal attacks, you'll be blocked and you won't be able to comment on the channel anymore. So there's that. The link is in the description if you want to watch his video without my commentary. I haven't seen it yet. I have no idea what to expect, how it may be different than the previous ones that we've done. Here we go.
You may have noticed from the Summer of Love...
Oh, and I should give the family-friendly warning here. If you are one of our many viewers who prefers videos to be family-friendly, this ain't going to be it.
Great big Fed cuck circle jerk on the 6th of January. In the aftermath of virtually any event of even the smallest societal significance, Joe Biden's answer is invariably to compare it to the American Civil War.
There's an unfolding assault taking place in America today, an attempt to suppress and subvert the right to vote. We're facing the most significant test of our democracy since the Civil War. That's not hyperbole. Since the Civil War.
It is hyperbole, but that's another issue.
Old differences forgotten, and no need at all to mention the war. Sorry. What was it again?
The prawn cocktail.
Oh, prawn, that was it. When you said prawn, I thought you said war. Oh, the war. Oh, yes, completely slipped my mind. Yes, I'd forgotten all about it.
But Biden has an excuse. He was there. What's Nikki Haley's excuse?
To be fair, Joe Biden was born closer to Abraham Lincoln's second inauguration than to his own.
for taking the most obvious bait this side of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon.
What was the cause of the United States Civil War?
Well, don't come with an easy question or anything. I mean, I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do. What do you think the cause of the Civil War was?
Awkward moment for everyone involved.
I'm not running for president. I wanted to see your opinion on the cause of the Civil War.
I mean, I think it always comes down to the role of government.
That said, I couldn't care less about what a person's opinion was on the causes of the Civil War when I'm voting for president. I'm much more concerned about what they think about issues going on today.
And what the rights of the people are. And I will always stand by the fact that I think government was intended to secure the rights and freedoms of the people. It was never meant to be all things to all people. Government doesn't need to tell you how to live your life. They don't need to tell you what you can and can't do. They don't need to be a part of your life. They need to make sure that you have freedom. We need to have capitalism.
And with that in mind, you can then say that it was the government's right to secure freedom for enslaved people, because that is securing the right of those people.
Have economic freedom. We need to make sure that we do all things so that individuals have the liberties so that they can have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom to do or be anything they want to be without government getting in the way.
Thank you. And in the year 2023, it's astonishing to me that you answer that question without mentioning the word slavery.
And that's the headline, of course, is that Nikki Haley fails to mention slavery as a cause of the Civil War.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
No, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Next question.
Cool intro.
Now, I touched on this topic last January in an hour-long video essay about the tyrannical record of one Abraham Lincoln, but I'll tell you a secret. The American Civil War bores me about to tears. I find it dry, I find it stuffy. Look, firearms technology hadn't quite entered the cartridge era yet, and as I intimated in the video in question, I really don't sympathize with either side of the conflict, and thus the only party left for me to root for is John Wilkes Booth's Bullitt. But I study it all the same, and for much the same reason I read Pat Buchanan's The Death of the West. Past is...
I'm not gonna continue to harp on some of his comments like that, but it's very difficult to take seriously anyone who advocates for the murder of a public official of any form.
Prologue. Conspiracy theories are now spoilers, and who the hell doesn't want to watch the sneak previews? From secession movements to discussion of a draft to violations of the separation of powers so naked Hunter Biden's getting a foot job from him. Half the time I read the New York Times, I have to check if it's a reprint from 1862. But no one jammed a blunderbuss in Nikki Haley's head hole and demanded she dissemble like the Dickens at an obvious question with an even more obvious answer. But this speaks to the credibility deficit of this cackling neocon crack whore. Sure, the question was more loaded than an
just unnecessary and disrespectful, and I get that this is who he is, this is his personality, but again, I have a hard time taking people seriously who are so incredibly disrespectful to people they don't know.
Track driver, but if Nikki Haley knew the first thing about the first fucking thing, she could have used the opportunity to educate the public on the difference between the contributive causes of the secession crisis and the Civil War itself. Two distinct but interrelated events with distinct, only occasionally interrelated causes. Take this goddamn...
Now I'm going to say this up front because a lot of the comments I got the last time around when I reacted to him had to do with how I was arguing with his points about something and my arguments didn't relate to the title of the video. All I'm doing is reacting to what he says. So the title of the video is, was the Civil War only about slavery? And to that I would say no, it wasn't only about slavery. That's a simple statement with a simple answer, but that's not what he's going to argue here, I'm sure. He's going to get into arguments, if it's anything like his last videos, that say that even secession wasn't about slavery, and that is ridiculous. you can argue about what led to the actual fighting of the war, and the causes on both sides were different for that. So I'm only going to respond to what he says. I'm not only responding to the title of the video here.
Goof on Twitter, regurgitating the tiresome refrain of a state's right to what? A vacuous meme that's made the rounds on the interweb of late.
It's true, though.
And like all leftist memes, it's distinguished only in its remarkable capacity to make not the faintest bit of butt-fucking sense. To which the obvious rejoinder remains a state's right to secede, you world-smashing retards! What a revelatory discovery you've uncovered there, Shackleton.
Why did they want to secede? That's the question. Why did they want to secede? They didn't want to secede over tariffs. They didn't want to secede because they wanted to start their own country because they thought they could make a cooler flag. They wanted to secede over the right of slavery. And it wasn't even about states' rights. And I'll tell you why. Because they wanted their laws concerning slavery to be enforced in the North, too. They even said that in their secession documents, that it wasn't enough even that they had slavery. They wanted the North to enforce their rules about slavery, too. So they wanted to not only defend their institution, they wanted to take away the states' rights of places like Ohio to do the same.
I'd name a landmass in your honor, but where would I find one larger than your goddamn ego? As my Lincoln video happily stated, slavery was most certainly a cause, primarily of the secession crisis, particularly for the states which initially seceded. Of the 13 states which would ultimately secede, just...
Oh, time out. I know I'm going to sound nitpicky, but if you're going to make arguments about historical facts, you got to get the facts right. There were 11 states that seceded, not 13. Let's count them, shall we? Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. That is 11 states. 11. Now, if you want to count other states at the start of the Civil War who also owned slaves, then you have to add Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and Delaware, and that still gets you to 15. Then West Virginia secedes.
Just 5 cited slavery in their much-touted Articles of Secession as a...
So he says 5 touted slavery in their Articles of Secession. So, all right, so I'm going to let him finish this thought, and then we're going to look at the facts.
Causal contributor to the act itself. A significant admission for 2 reasons. First and foremost, because 5 ain't even half of 13.
5's incorrect, and the number's 11, not 13. Let's dive into this issue a little deeper. I'm going to do these one by one. This is going to take a little while, but I need to be expertly clear that there's no doubt on any of these things. Okay, so let's start with South Carolina, the first state to secede. Their secession reasons were given, and to summarize all of them, non-slaveholding states have denied the rights of property legal in slave states, i.e. slaves. Non-slaveholding states have denounced slavery as sinful. Non-slaveholding states have allowed abolitionist organizations to be created and exist in their jurisdictions. South Carolina gave as a reason for seceding that states like New York and Ohio had abolitionist organizations that they allowed to exist in their states. So much for states' rights, huh? Non-slaveholding states have encouraged and assisted slaves to escape slavery. Non-slaveholding states have incited servile insurrection. Isn't it interesting that South Carolina had an issue with people starting an insurrection in their states? Fascinating. All right, so that's South Carolina. There's a table here that actually goes over those things, stuff like that. So let's go ahead and move on to Mississippi. So Mississippi was super clear about their causes. That we do not overstate the dangers to our institution, meaning slavery. It talks all about hostility toward the fugitive slave law. Again, dealing with all of this stuff over and over and over and over again. Talks about nullifying the fugitive slave law, advocating Negro equality socially and politically, promoting insurrectionism, enlisting its press, meaning the North, its pulpit, and its schools against us until the North is excited and inflamed with prejudice about slavery. So again, they've got a problem with people saying and doing things in other states. So much for states' rights. So that's Mississippi. And again, here's a specific table that mentions all the reasons that they go over and what they have to do with various things. So Florida, let's go on to them. They talk about instigating John Brown's raid. They talk about passing laws that impeded the enforcement of fugitive slave laws. They talk about Congress being turned into a daily denunciation of the slaveholding states, published and circulated books intended to incite insurrection and servile war. A president was elected with a settled and often proclaimed hostility to their institutions, intent on blocking new slaveholding states which are carved out of the territory. So in other words, the prevention of expansion of slavery. So again, Florida, super clear. That's 3. Now, Alabama is one of the ones that he would argue did not mention slavery in their secession document. And that's not true, because their secession document opens up with these words: whereas the election of Abraham Lincoln and Hannibal Hamlin to the offices of President and Vice President of the United States of America by a sectional party avowed hostile to the domestic institutions and to the peace and security of the people of Alabama. And the reason they're saying whereas is because 10 months earlier, Alabama had passed an ordinance that said that if Lincoln or any Republican were elected president, they would act on that by seceding. So what they're doing now with their act of secession is referring back to the document passed on February 24th, 1860 by the Alabama General Assembly that passed a joint resolution that said that if this happens, we're gone. We're seceding. And in that document, they over and over again referred to slavery as the institution that they needed to protect. They talk about contempt for obligations of law and the sanctity of compacts when it comes to the fugitive slave law, a deadly hostility to the rights and institutions of the Southern people, a settled purpose to the effect of overthrowing the rights of the institutions of the Southern people. Over and over and over again. And it says, whereas anti-slavery agitation persistently continued in the non-slaveholding states of this union. So again, their secession document directly connects itself to what they passed earlier, which over and over again mentions slavery. And it's a follow-up saying, now we're following through on what we previously said would happen. So that's 4 for 4. Georgia, number 5. The people of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States of America, present to their Confederates and the world the causes which have led to the separation. They're making a direct connection to the Declaration of Independence with their wording there. For the last 10 years, we have had numerous and serious causes of complaint against our non-slaveholding Confederate states with reference to the subject of African slavery. That's 5 for 5. And for the record, with Georgia, they go on a lot more. I'm just showing, at least in each state, at least one reference to slavery, just to debunk this idea that the majority of states in the South never mention slavery as even a cause, okay? We could go a whole lot deeper and talk about how many times they mentioned it and how much of their document, because what it ends up being is about 98% of all of the causes given by all of the states reference slavery directly. All right, so we're on to Louisiana. And Louisiana is another one of those ones that people argue does not mention slavery in its reasons for secession. So here, Louisiana secedes on January 26th, 1861. They did not leave any document. So it's not like they left a document that gave a bunch of causes that just didn't mention slavery. And this is the case with a lot of these states that people say don't mention slavery. They just didn't mention anything in their causes. But we can look at other acts taken by the Louisiana Convention and by their legislature that do show what their motivations were. And in this case, there's something you have to understand. There's something called the Crittenden Compromise that would have passed a slew of constitutional amendments that would have not only enshrined slavery in the Constitution and protected it, but also protected the expansion of slavery to new states. And Louisiana got behind these. A ban on abolishing slavery on federal property within a slave state, a ban on abolishing slavery in the District of Columbia, an affirmation of the interstate slave trade, a payment for fugitive slaves. No future amendment can ever empower Congress to interfere with slavery, which I don't know how on earth you could possibly pass an amendment that says that, because you can always repeal an amendment and change it. An affirmation of constitutionality of fugitive slave laws, the unconstitutionality of state laws impeding fugitive slave laws. Again, in other words, we want the right to prevent states' rights in the North. So again, Louisiana backed all of this stuff. So even though they left no document of their own, so you can't argue they gave causes that didn't mention slavery. They just didn't give causes. But they made it clear that these were the things that needed to happen in order to stay in the Union. Texas is another one that made it abundantly clear what they were talking about in their declaration of causes, which impelled the state of Texas to secede from the federal union. And I'm not going to read all of these, but over and over and over again, they reference their grievances with non-slaveholding states and with the attacks on the institution of slavery. They make it abundantly clear, and you can look at this table. The only thing that they mention in theirs that doesn't have to do with slavery at all has to do with failing to protect the lives and property of people of Texas against Indian savages and murderous forays of bandits from Mexico. Everything else has directly to do with slavery. So with Texas, again, I don't think even he would argue that they mentioned that as their cause for secession. So let's move on to Arkansas now. So Arkansas is pretty straightforward. They were one of the late ones to secede much later on. There's a big gap between kind of the initial Deep South and then the other states who secede later, a little further north. Arkansas, resolutions of March 11th, 1861. They talk about denying the right of property, specifically slaves. They talk about slavery being denounced as sinful as a cause, about allowing abolitionist organizations to exist, about encouraging assisted slaves to escape slavery, inciting servile resurrection, and electing Lincoln, who is anti-slavery. That's Arkansas. In the cases of Virginia, North Carolina, and Tennessee, again, we don't have any clear document that's given that lays out a bunch of information about slavery being the cause or not being the cause. But in all three cases, they sent delegates to a peace conference whose sole purpose was to protect the institution of slavery and to get a bunch of amendments passed that would prevent the federal government from dealing with slavery, not only where it already existed, but also from preventing its expansion into other territories. That was the only reason that conference existed. It wasn't there to deal with issues of tariffs. It wasn't there to argue about states' rights. It was there to argue about the protection of slavery. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee all sent delegates to that conference, same delegates who would then represent Virginia in the secession conventions later on. So there's a clear connection there. Honestly, of the 11, not 13, of the 11 states, only one of them gave a official document that presented reasons for secession that did not explicitly over and over and over again mention slavery. Only one. Now, let's fast forward a little bit, because all 11 of those states then join the Confederate States of America, which passes its own constitution, which all 11 states signed on to. And in that constitution, it uses the word slaves, unlike the U.S. Constitution. It accounted for enslaved people as 3/5 of a state population, like the U.S. Constitution, and it required by law that any new territory that was added to the Confederacy must allow slavery. And over again, it enshrines slavery into the Confederate Constitution. So they all signed on to that. They all signed on to a nation which made that mandatory. You couldn't join the Confederacy as a free state. That wasn't even an option. You must permit slavery as a free state. So much for states' rights. All right, I've done enough. We could go a lot deeper into this issue, but the point being, it wasn't 13 states, it was 11, and it wasn't only 5 of them who argued that slavery was a direct cause for their secession.
If 13 people died, 5 of the flu, and the remaining 8 from goddamn gunshot wounds, no sane person is gonna say 13 people died of the fucking flu. That would be what the Bard would call a fucking lie, you leery.
That is a ridiculous and pointless argument. That doesn't even have anything to do with, anytime we make these comparisons like that, it's apples and oranges.
Shit smear. Secondly, it predictably fails to concede why slavery was mentioned in those seceding documents, to repeatedly protest federal regulation or allowance of the institution, hence their rejection of the Corwin Amendment, which would have rendered the institution permanent. It's an ugly...
Because again, that was not the issue. The Corwin Amendment would have protected slavery where it already existed. They weren't seceding because they thought that the federal government was about to outlaw slavery where it already existed. They were seceding because the Republican Party as a party and Lincoln as a candidate opposed the expansion of slavery to new states that might be admitted to the Union. And that, to Southern states, was the same as abolishing slavery, because eventually new states that would be added that would be free states would add to the imbalance of power, to where more and more senators, more and more congressmen would be coming from free states, and eventually there would be enough power in the North to outlaw slavery in the country. So this was a preemptive strike against that by saying we're out, because the end of expansion of slavery means the eventual death of slavery itself, even if it's 20 or 30 years from now. So the Corwin Amendment didn't solve the problem because it didn't protect the expansion of slavery. That's why it matters.
Ugly fact of fucking history, but some people were property at the time, and thus it's awful tough to complain about federal overregulation and taxation of commerce without mentioning slavery, sadly one of the primary engines of commerce.
So now he's saying it was really an economic issue and slaves just happened to be one of the economic issues. Well, then how come they didn't mention all kinds of other things? I didn't see any mentions of tariffs in any of those secession documents.
At that time, and yes,
which, by the way, 90% of the federal income for tariffs came through the North anyway.
Friends, that means in order for defenders of Lincoln to argue that the Civil War was fought only over slavery, they must first necessarily...
I've never heard anybody say it was only over slavery. We're just saying that, here's the thing, if slavery doesn't exist, there is no secession in 1860. Tell me that about any other single issue. Take away any of the other issues. Does secession still happen? No. Slavery is the only issue on which secession was going to happen. So say slavery had been abolished 30 years before that, we're not even having this conversation. That's why it is the factor.
Necessarily concede that the entire war was in fact fought over economics. You can somewhat sell the slavery caused the secession crisis argument, at least to the abject ignorant, but it's a tough road to hoe arguing Fort Sumter was about slavery when there was nary a slave in the fucking thing and not a single casualty resulted, even if there were. But the fact remains, the Confederates...
Time out. There were casualties. They didn't happen during the fighting itself. They happened afterwards, but there were casualties. There were people who died as a result of Fort Sumter. A couple of Union soldiers died from an exploding cannon during the surrender ceremony, but that's a separate issue, and that doesn't really matter. No, what happened there was that a federal fort that was federal property and manned by federal troops, and they hadn't turned it over. So South Carolina deciding that they are no longer part of the Union doesn't mean that they suddenly get to own all the federal property that exists inside their state. It would be like if my county decided tomorrow that they didn't want to be a part of Ohio anymore, and we have an Ohio National Guard armory in our county. We can't just say, well, it's ours now. That's not how it works. That's state property. State property isn't county property. Federal property was federal property, and they were trying to resupply the troops that were otherwise going to starve, and they were fired on because they wouldn't surrender. So, yeah, first shots were fired by the South.
secession and the Civil War are two separate events with their own unique, if occasionally related, causes. And the fact that the modern revisionist narrative requires the conflation of those two
is not modern. All right, so we can argue that the war itself was fought for different reasons than secession. The South seceded over slavery. Let's not kid ourselves about anything else. Any other argument is disingenuous, ridiculous, and requires mental gymnastics that I don't even understand why it's so important for people to try and argue that what was obvious to everybody at the time is suddenly the only revision that's going on here is the revisionist history after the fact that people wanted to, in the lost cause narrative, argue that it was about something other than slavery. Now, you can argue that Lincoln wasn't fighting over slavery. He wasn't. He raised troops to put down a rebellion that started because of secession over slavery. So I guess if you want to make comparisons, because we like our comparisons, people point to the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand as the cause of the First World War. Were there other reasons? Yeah, there were a whole ton of other things. There were alliances and all this other stuff like that. But you take away the assassination, no war happens in the summer of 1914. Now, maybe a war happens down the road because of some other issue. But you take away the assassination, there's no war. You take away slavery, there's no war. That's the truth.
Prime indicia that their arguments are ass over tea kettle awful. My follow-up to the original Lincoln video has been sort of broiling on the back burner for some time, but for the purposes of addressing the idiocy espoused by the team of trained orangutans that handle the Twitter account of the Chester-in-Chief, how not about slavery was the Civil War itself? Well, I mentioned Lincoln refusing to treat with the Confederate Peace Commission early on when things weren't looking so hot for the Union. What I planned to mention in the follow-up video is that a separate Confederate Peace Commission was dispatched late in the war, with the Union now firmly assuming a victor's posture. And this time, stinkin' Lincoln agreed. On the Union side were Lincoln himself and Secretary of State Seward. And perhaps one of the reasons he actually agreed to meet this time is that the head of the Confederate Commission was lifelong Lincoln ally and Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens, whose association with the dictator-in-chief dated back to when they were both members of the Whig Party. Now, Stephens is a name...
Yeah, they were in Congress, I think, for one term together.
Hear often from the armchair intelligentsia on History YouTube, as one of his most famous quotations amounted to an impassioned defense of slavery.
The cornerstone speech.
In the Confederacy, this being the smoking gun the statists wield whenever any counter-argument about slavery is a driver of the...
So basically his argument is, every time I try and make my ridiculous argument that secession wasn't about slavery, people pull out this vice president of the Confederacy that blatantly and obviously made it abundantly clear that the Confederacy was built on the cornerstone of slavery. And then he dismisses it as though somehow, oh yeah, there they go again with that ridiculous argument. There's a reason why people bring it up.
War is proper.
And here's what I don't understand. In his previous videos, over and over and over again, in making his argument that Abraham Lincoln was a dictator, goes back and pulls quotes from Lincoln's speeches 20 years before he became president to show what Lincoln's attitudes were about specific issues. Why then are we to dismiss the vice president of the Confederacy's cornerstone speech?
Which is hilarious when you really think about it, as this gaggle of goddamn idiots are essentially arguing that the South fought for slavery because of the words of one of Abraham Lincoln's closest allies in professional politics, a former member of his party, and...
That's irrelevant. They were in the same party together. Guess what? They were also in the same country together. They were in the same Congress together. Jefferson Davis was a United States senator. So if we're going to argue that point, Jeff Davis was a U.S. senator. He was Secretary of War. He was in the federal government too. One of the Confederate generals was Vice President of the United States when secession happened. None of that means anything. Who cares if they were in the same party? It doesn't change what Stephens said.
And a man who, to that point, shared virtually all of Abraham Lincoln's political positions.
So what?
Okay.
What does that have to do with your point that secession wasn't about slavery.
The reason I mention this meeting is that it's elucidated by eyewitness testimony in Paul Escott's amazingly titled book, What Shall We Do with the Negro? And whether you're arguing slavery started the Civil War or merely became a convenient reason for the war later on, this politically incorrect tome should prove an illuminating read indeed. During said meeting, not only did Lincoln describe the Emancipation Proclamation as, and I quote, a war measure only, and like any war measure would be null and void upon the conflict's conclusion, but
that's absolutely true, which is why by the time this meeting happened, they were already pushing through the 13th Amendment to abolish slavery. Lincoln, at that point, had to make the war about something. 600,000 people died. At this point, it was about transforming the nation, okay? Because the South was defeated, now the North was in a position to dictate the peace. And heck yeah, they were going to say, we're going to remove slavery. We're taking this off the table, so we're not fighting this war again 20 years from now. Because the entire history of the United States to this point had been centered around that issue of kicking the can down the road on the issue of slavery. It was compromise after compromise. It was going back and forth on what do we do, and nobody was ever solving the issue. So heck yeah, they were going to solve the issue now that they had the opportunity. And heck yeah, they were going to require that any resolution to the war at that point also involve a permanent solution to the issue of slavery. We're not going down this road again.
But once the subject of the new 14th Amendment, not the Corwin Amendment, the one that, unlike Lincoln, actually freed the slaves, was broached, Abraham...
The 13th Amendment freed the slaves. The 13th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is the one he's referring to here, which is not about ending slavery.
Lincoln tables an offer to the Confederacy.
Let's go into this a little further. Because the 14th Amendment is not even ratified till 1868, so this has nothing to do with Lincoln. You know, this is happening later on. This is Andrew Johnson and then Ulysses S. Grant, our president, when the 14th and 15th Amendments are going to be passed. So this has to do with citizenship for the freed slaves. So all persons born or naturalized in the United States or subject to its jurisdiction are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. So no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens. And this goes directly back to before the Civil War, the Dred Scott decision, which held in part that slaves and freed slaves, and black people in particular, were not subject to the rights of citizenship. So this was making sure that citizenship applied to anybody born in this country, no matter what their race was or anything else. So, and then it also allows for the right to vote in this case for males who are 21 years of age or older. So I don't know why he's talking about the 14th Amendment. I'm sure he means the 13th Amendment, which is the one that outlawed slavery.
Clear he put considerable time into crafting. If the South will consent to return to the Union, he argues, then if for no other reason than sheer force of numbers, the 14th Amendment would be mathematically guaranteed to fail to pass. I repeat, if Abraham Lincoln, the great emancipator, got his way in this meeting with the Confederate Peace Commission, not a single slave would have been freed.
That's not true, because by the time he met with this Peace Commission, again, we're talking about the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment was already being ratified in enough southern states that it was going to be passed. Tennessee, Louisiana, and Arkansas were already working to pass it. So I'm not sure what he's getting at here, because that is absolutely not true. First of all, he's talking about the wrong amendment. Second of all, the votes were there. Even if all of the southern states were readmitted to the Union, there were enough southern states that were going to ratify the 13th Amendment that it was going to become law regardless.
So wait, if the Civil War was
this is
only
wrong.
for the
This is
South
absolutely
slavery,
factually
and Abraham
incorrect.
Lincoln presented a proposal that would have protected it explicitly, why didn't the South accept? It's almost as if it left unaddressed the paramount concern of the Confederacy, that the federal government...
The expansion of slavery.
...should allow sovereign states to regulate their own economies, trade with their own allies, and in essence to govern themselves without the say-so of the federal fucking government. A fact the Confederate Constitution ties a great big bow on by outright banning protective tariffs of any kind. Hell, half the time...
Well, nobody's arguing that the South had a problem with tariffs. That's absolutely the case. They didn't secede over tariffs. Tariffs aren't mentioned once in any of those secession documents. They're not. If that was the issue, that should have been front and center, not slavery, which is mentioned over and over and over and over and over again in those documents.
Attempt to prove their premise, they only accomplish the exact opposite, such as when Lincoln scholar Doris Goodwin, very much a believer in the Honest Abe myth, half-assedly attempted to prove Lincoln was only vaguely aware of the Corwin Amendment. Again,
Doris Kearns Goodwin has more knowledge of actual history in her little pinky than you or I will ever have in our entire lifetimes.
And the one I mentioned would have made slavery permanent ahead of the Civil War, only for her to unwittingly uncover primary documents in the form of personal correspondence that Abraham Lincoln was, in fact, one of the primary authors of the fucking Corwin Amendment. A fact that becomes particularly interesting
because Lincoln was not attempting to abolish slavery. He was attempting to prevent it from expansion to new territories. That was the whole Republican Party premise in the election of 1860. So yeah, that shows that Lincoln was not the tyrant you think he is. Because if Lincoln was the tyrant you claim he is, then he would have jumped all over the secession crisis to be able to march down south with his armies and end slavery. Instead, he tried to find a compromise that kept things in the status quo.
You consider that in his first inaugural address, Lincoln lied his ass off, claiming he had only recently heard of the Corwin Amendment's existence. Honest Abe, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. Interesting that he leaves out the rest of the text of Lincoln's first inaugural here. He says, I understand a proposed amendment to the Constitution, which amendment, however, I've not seen. And what he means there is he just hasn't seen the exact wording of it. He hasn't actually looked at the text of the amendment. He has, however, been told what it says. He says, has passed Congress to the effect that the federal government shall never interfere with the domestic institution of the states, including that of persons held to service. Holding such a provision to now be implied constitutional law, I have no objection to its being made express and irrevocable. So what he's saying is, I haven't read the text of the document, but I understand this is what it says. And basically what he's saying is, all it does is acknowledge what I already believe to be constitutional law already, and I have no problem with that. So be honest about what he actually said.
If you wondered why her fawning book Team of Rivals, The Political Genius of Abraham Lincoln, was one of the primary sources of my last Lincoln video, now you know, numbnuts. Even pro-Lincoln lies are worth reading, as they eagerly and often disprove them fucking selves. Which brings us to the bullshit at present. I mean, you know Nikki Dunn stepped in it when even the brain drain trust that operates Biden's Twitter account got in more dunks than an NBA Jam arcade cabinet. Look, do I need Nikki Haley to have known any of this shit? Not necessarily. I wish I didn't fucking know it. Though any extrapolation on the subject might have proven profoundly instructive and helpful in an era where no shit, Civil War era reconciliation monuments are being bulldozed amid an atmosphere of regional antipathy approaching levels not seen since the 1850s. Rocket attacks in Gaza, talk of civil war at home, and let's not forget the legendary limping away from Afghanistan. Who knew returning to...
So it looks like he's pretty much done with the topic now at hand, so I'm going to leave it right there. If you have questions about anything specifically or want me to explain something even more, glad to do it in the comment section. Again, not going to tolerate being uncivil toward one another. Disagree strongly. Provide documentation for what you are arguing. And if you do post a link, understand that it won't show up right away because I have to approve links. It's a preventative measure from spam. If you've ever had a YouTube channel, people come on and spam and post all kinds of like porn links and stuff like that. So to prevent that, you have to filter out anything posted with a link. So I will approve it if it's a link to some documentation of some kind. So don't think I'm trying to like hide things or anything like that. Let's have a conversation about this, but do so in a way that's civil, without insulting one another, without attacking one another personally. Hope you enjoyed this. Hope you found it helpful. Do your research, read about this stuff, learn for yourself. Don't take anybody's opinion for it on YouTube. Learn the facts, make your own conclusions from that. Thanks for watching.